And that's right, you are in the right place. You are listening to 97.1 The Fan. And yes, this is D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And man, oh man, do we got a show for you today. 4 hours, that's right, 4 hours of unadulterated, unchecked sports talk. And yes, the one and only, the legendary, 0.4 seconds, no problem at all, the one and only Derek Fisher for the next 4 hours. And of course, myself, Cody Decker. We got Aaron in the back, we got Crash, and of course, we got Raj running this entire ship right now. And what can I say, D-Fish? We got so much to discuss. And one name is going to be the main theme of today's show, and that name is Scooble. That name is Scooble. D-Fish, how was your weekend? And I can't wait to tell you exactly how I found out about the Scooble news that has rocked the entire, not just baseball news or Dodger news, but the sports landscape. Oh, and also everybody reacting completely normal after the news broke out. D-Fish, how was your weekend? How are you feeling with the new Scooble news here in LA? Just how's life, my guy?
Life is good, man. It was a good weekend. It was super chill as far as like personally relaxed. Just really trying to keep up with this news, and I was trying to keep up with the Dodgers on the field, and not being sure when the news would break, etc. But I hit a gap where I wasn't hour for hour on top of what was going on. And so then by the time I checked again a little later,
dude,
it had gone down.
Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe how it went down, when it went down, the way it went down. We're going to get into all of the details, the nitty-gritty of this thing, all of the implications that are involved. And like I've said from Jump Street when we started the show, D-Fish, I'm thrilled that I got you here. Like really specifically you, Derek Fisher, because the one cool thing about this show that I really feel like not a lot of people have, the idea, like you look around the sports landscape and you look at like the WFANs or the 670 The Scores in Chicago, you have a show that has an athlete, a former athlete on it, and then it's got another broadcaster, and that's always a pretty good setup. You got your Boomers and Geos and all of those. You got your Evans and Tikis over there at WFAN. Us, we have a show where it's actually two former pro athletes of two different respective sports. And you are a very unique one because not only were you a former pro athlete, you were in the front office, you were a GM, you were a head coach, you were also the head of the PA. So you've like worn every possible hat you could have worn in the NBA and also in the W. Like the information that you kind of have and your outlook is very unique. And the reason why I highlight that is because the Tarek Scooble of it all, and then the implications to the Dodgers, and what everyone is saying that this is going to ruin baseball, which, by the way, is the laziest goddamn take I've ever heard in my life, because I keep asking, okay, why? And then everyone's like, well, money. And they're like, okay, that's barely an answer, but okay. We'll get into all of those details. But first, I want to really paint you the picture on how I found out the news, because Saturday night, I went to the movies. I went to the movies in Santa Monica at the Aero Theater on Montana. I think you'll like this because I was talking with Crash the other day. I bought tickets because they were playing Sinners in 70 millimeter. And I think Sinners is an unbelievable theater going experience.
Yeah.
Turns out Crash had never seen Sinners.
Ever?
So I'm like, Crash,
whoa!
I got an extra ticket to Sinners on Saturday. Would you like to go? And he kind of got fired up. He's like, yeah. So I took Crash with me to my favorite theater, and we went and saw Sinners, and we had a blast. And I was really locked into this movie, as you can expect. Yeah. It's Sinners.
You better be locked into Sinners.
And then I get a text message. I get a text message with right as the vampires are really wrecking shop,
yeah.
I get a text message saying, you won't believe this. And then I look down and I see it just Scooble. I'm like, oh, Scooble got traded, huh? Cool. I wonder who got him. I'm like, maybe the Rays stepped in. I doubt it's the Dodgers. No way the Dodgers actually ended up getting him. And then I look down further, Scooble to the Dodgers. That's when I got the Jeff Passan friend of the show notification. He comes in, and then Andrew, our boss, gives me a text. He's like, hey, can I get a video on Scooble? I'm like, after the vampires are done, yeah, I'll give you all you need on Scooble. We got outside the movie. I explained to Crash what's going on. We shoot a quick little video because neither of us could believe it. This was an incredible move by the Dodgers. And those of you that are mad, let me start by saying, shut up. Just shut up. If you're mad, how about this? If you're mad about the Tarek Skubal trade, let's start with something really simple. Who are you mad at? That is the first question you need to ask. Because if you're mad at the Dodgers, slap yourself in the face. I'm going to give you a minute because the Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers did so nothing wrong. In fact, the Dodgers, I'll actually go a step further. They're the only ones that did anything right in this entire situation because the Dodgers get their hand on Tarek Skubal for giving up 3 prospects. Now, are they bad prospects? No. In fact, they're good prospects, but they sure as hell are not the prospects that are end-all, be-all that should have gotten this done. I couldn't believe the lack of haul that just came in for this price. So just so we're all clear, 3 prospects go over to the Detroit Tigers from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they are the following. Zaire Hope, who is the Dodgers' number 5 prospect, followed by River Ryan, the Dodgers' number 10 prospect, and Brady Smith, a pitcher who is also their number 17 prospect. The Dodgers still have 7 prospects in Major League Baseball's top 100 list. They didn't even have to give away any of their top 4 prospects to get their hands on Tarek Skubal. And to the point where if this was all it took, explain to me why anyone's mad at the Dodgers. Because if you're a fan of another team right now, you should be pissed at your team that you didn't. If you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan, you should be screaming at Matt Arnold, their GM. You should be furious that they did nothing. If you're a Rays fan, the Rays just gave up arguably like the same exact haul that the Dodgers just did to get Freddie Peralta, who's got like a 6 ERA this season out of the New York Mets. You're telling me they couldn't get this done? Throw an extra prospect in there. You're the Rays. You got endless prospects. Do something. I have no sympathy for anyone in baseball, and sure as hell no fan in baseball that's complaining about this, because this was a more than a fair asking price, and there are many, many more layers to break down. But I just want to start with that. Everyone that's complaining and moaning that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, no. It's not one team ruining baseball. It's the other 29 teams that are currently ruining baseball. And it pisses me off because I have to sit here and constantly defend it to like everyone and speak to them like they're children. Because the amount of people are going like, no, the pay disparity is so the discrepancy is so different. The Milwaukee Brewers can't do it. I do not comprehend how fans have convinced themselves in their pea brains that somehow that their owner's billions of dollars is not the same amount as the other owner's billions of dollars. They've convinced themselves that their billionaire owner is broke. I don't know how they've convinced themselves. I don't know how owners have convinced fans of this. You're stupid if you think this. I don't know what else to say.
No, I mean it's part of a conditioning that's gone on for decades. To be honest, so question about. Like sometimes on the basketball side, when it comes to like superstar talent, that is what now has been coined kind of like a rental. Mm-hmm. So Kawhi Leonard, for example, in 2019 got traded to the Toronto Raptors. But then he left in free agency to sign with the Clippers. So the Raptors got him for like a couple months, made a run to the finals, won the finals, and then it was over. And on the basketball side, because it's been coined a rental, mm-hmm. the haul that you get in a trade situation for a rental is different than the haul you get for a franchise-like player that you either sign a contract extension or you're going to have him for 5 years, 4 years, 7 years, or whatever. In baseball, is that similar?
Yes.
Could that explain why the price wasn't as high?
Possibly, because you're not wrong. He is a free agent at the end of the season. He is a rental. Now, the Dodgers clearly are one of the teams that have the funds and the means to go ahead and lock him up long-term after the fact. But I also make the argument that all the other teams have the same funds to lock him up after the fact. That being said, there has been rumors that he wanted to play in L.A., along with everyone else in Major League Baseball, everyone wants to be a Dodger for multitudes of reasons. One, Dave Roberts. Everyone wants to play for Dave Roberts. 2, the Dodgers have money, so they're willing to spend. 3, the Dodgers are committed to winning more than any other team in the game. Yeah, if you're a free agent, you don't want to be a part of that. The Dodgers are like the only ones that are going in nonstop. And by the way, the other thing that's really driving me nuts about this whole thing about the Dodgers ruining baseball, it drives me insane because 2 years ago, the narrative around the Dodgers was that they choke and they can't get it done. So much so that they won a title in 2020 and everyone just pretended it wasn't real. Fine. Okay. So the narrative is the Dodgers can't get it done. Now the Dodgers got it done twice. And now they're this insurmountable juggernaut that is unbeatable, even though they don't even have the best record in baseball right now. But, hey, listen, I understand the money that they're spending, but they're spending money that others can. And this particular move cost no money. This was not a money thing. This move, them getting Tarik Skubal, has nothing to do with money. This was draft capital that they willingly moved. Everyone else has draft capital. Other teams have more draft capital. They just chose not to do it. And I simply have no semblance of sympathy for a single fan of the team, of a team that is crying about this. Truly don't. So much so, the Dodgers got swept this weekend, D-Fish. They got swept. No one cared. You know who didn't even care? Dave Roberts didn't even care. That's how crazy this weekend is. Here's Dave Roberts after the shakedown and all of the words about the trade for Tarik Skubal.
I heard that was pretty much done, but there's obviously things that have to go on, with medical. So it wasn't actually even finalized. It just, heard that it was pretty much close.
So listen, he comes on and he goes on and on talking more and more about it after, of course, the move was done. And let's be real clear, Dave Roberts is very, very excited, as he should be. This is a crazy, crazy day in baseball, but I'm still confused on why no one else did anything. Because there is one aspect of this trade that makes zero sense to me. It's not even the trade prospects that went. Again, Zaire Hope is a guy that a lot of people think. He's an outfielder. He's in Double-A. This season, he's got 23 home runs. He's hitting .291. And just want to full transparency in what that actually means. So if you're in Double-A, D-Fish, you can be in the big leagues. Period. Stop. If you are a successful Double-A baseball player, you're a big league baseball player. You just don't have the room to go up. Same in Triple-A. If you're in Double-A or Triple-A or up, you can be in the big leagues. And that's how they even explain it to you. If you're in Double-A, they believe you can be in the big leagues. This guy's hitting at a .293 clip in Tulsa. Now, that is in the Texas League. The Texas League is notoriously one of the hardest leagues to hit in. Tough ballparks, very, very difficult travel. The weather is very difficult to play around. I played in San Antonio for 2 seasons. It was not a great league to play in, but this guy's absolutely killing it. And everyone agrees that the 21-year-old Zaire Hope is going to be a future all-star. Everyone agrees with that. River Ryan, he's a top 10 prospect for the Dodgers. He got to the big leagues a couple of years ago and was supposed to be a guy, then immediately got hurt. So he's been kind of dealing with the comeback from his Tommy John surgery. And then Brady Smith, a player that they acquired in a trade a couple of years ago, has worked himself up to being their number 17 prospect. So all good players, make no mistake. But it's the fact that this was only one truly, fully homegrown player in Zaire Hope, 2 guys they acquired in a trade, one of which already had a Tommy John surgery while with the organization, and they were able to flip those 3 players for the 2-time defending Cy Young Award winner. That's all it took. I am having trouble understanding how no one else got there, but this is the thing that really confuses me. How did it happen on Saturday night? I am blown away that this trade for these prospects happened on Saturday night with 2 full days left of the trade deadline. I don't know why the Tigers jumped on this so early. I don't know why the Tigers didn't get more back. For the Dodgers, this is an A+ trade. For the Tigers, maybe a B-, C+ trade?
Yeah, I still think, and I don't disagree with your theory. I challenge the idea on the timing, and even the haul to some degree. I think, when you consider the Tigers knew for sure they were not going to re-sign him.
Mm-hmm.
They knew
They knew they knew they
already had that mandate from ownership that we're not going to pay the $300 million or $275, whatever it's going to take to re-sign Skubal in free agency. The Tigers already knew.
Which, by the way,
doing it.
Which, by the way, I do understand that. Like, if you have a massive pitcher with a massive price tag on him for years to come, usually, you know how it goes. When you sign somebody to a long-term deal, you're kind of more or less paying them for like the work they already did. Yes, you're paying from the work that they're going to do, but you're kind of paying them the backlog of the years they already kind of put into the league type of thing. Mm-hmm. Pitching, that's a lot of miles on that arm already, and so paying an arm. You're basically paying, believing that a small little ligament in an elbow is going to handle itself for another couple of years, and you're paying a premium of like $200+ million on that. I understand pulling back on that.
Yeah, and so I think from a front office perspective, knowing that he's, you're not going to be able to re-sign him, and the timing thing now becomes okay. These talks have been happening for weeks. How aggressive they were, other teams were, we won't know exactly, but this wasn't a secret. But it got to a point where, the Tigers could have felt like, look, when teams know you have to trade, they're not giving you their best because you have to do it. You don't have a choice. They do. So everybody in the league knew the Tigers are the ones that actually didn't have any leverage, even though they possessed Skubal's rights.
You don't think they had leverage knowing that there were other teams involved that wanted Tarek Skubal?
No, they knew that, but ultimately they didn't have any leverage because they can't re-sign him. So you have to trade him. The best way to go into a trade scenario is the Dodgers were the ones that had the leverage because they didn't have to do the deal. So, hey, man, I'm offering you this. Either take it or you don't. It's like somebody wanting to buy your house. Mm-hmm. You can keep acting like you want to get $1 million over asking. But when they put that offer in front of you and they say, oh, yeah, well, in 48 hours it's going to expire, you got a choice. And so I'm not disagreeing with,
I hear what
like,
you're saying.
Skubal is worth more. But from the Tigers' perspective, I would say waiting until Monday at like 2:00 Eastern.
I would have waited at least till 6:20 a.m.
Right, but guess what? So now the offers get worse because they know you have to trade him. You have no choice in the conversation. So I don't even have to listen to you. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna offer you. Mm-hmm. It's like if somebody knew you had to sell your house. I remember buying a house, and my real estate broker knew they had to sell because of some personal business stuff that they were navigating and managing. So we got a better price because they had to sell the home by a certain time.
Yeah.
So anytime you go into negotiations knowing it has to be done, you actually have more leverage than the person that has the asset.
I hear what you're saying, but were there other suitors for the house?
I'm sure there were, but there might not have been other suitors that could make the offer in all cash. There may not have been other suitors that wanted to pull the trigger on it on Saturday. Some of the other teams may have wanted to wait till Monday. We're not ready to do that right now. We don't want to give up those because they thought they could maybe fleece the Tigers a different way. So you never know. And the larger, which we'll get into obviously throughout the morning, the larger context of like, two things. Did some teams assume that he's going to the Dodgers anyway? We're not even going to get too serious about this because we know they want to trade him to the Dodgers. Or ultimately, is this what everybody wanted? Which we'll talk about.
I am so glad you said exactly that. Yes, because I do have a theory that maybe not everybody in baseball wanted this, but I think a lot of owners are, how do I put it, not unhappy that this happened because the discourse around the internet and discourse around baseball fans was so predictable. I didn't know what to do with myself. Almost like, oh man, a couple of owners can be like, we're going to get a salary cap. Look how mad everyone is. Cannot wait to get into the details of that conversation as well. But real quick, Dave Roberts, who was also very, very excited, of course, to get his hands on Tarek Skubal, had this also to say.
I think obviously you can feel the energy, the excitement, the buzz, and this was a different year in the sense that it was Scooble or nothing. I think essentially where we have a lot of good players, a lot of good depth, and already, and so there wasn't a whole lot of in typical years, there's a lot of speculation and guys wondering where they're going to land, if something's going to happen. But I think this year, even with this addition, we obviously got a whole lot better. But, guys are going to be the guys and the roles are the roles. And, we're just, like I said, we're just thrilled.
How can they not be thrilled? I mean, truly, you got your hands on a Cy Young Award winner, but there's so many implications that come with this. There's the baseball implications with this. There's the Dodgers implication with this, because I even said this in the clip that I posted, and if you check us out at the Fan LA on Instagram, you'll notice I gave 3 very specific points right out the gate, right when I heard the news. 1, the Dodgers are hell-bent, and I mean hell-bent on winning this 3rd title in a row. They want it. They want it so bad they can taste it. And you'd be nuts to think that they are not going to go all in for it. 2, I firmly believe we're not going to be seeing a whole lot of Shohei Ohtani pitching at all for the rest of this season. Maybe when we get closer to playoffs, maybe they ramp him up a little bit, but I think we're going to see very little of the pitcher Shohei Ohtani this season, which to me tells me why they went ahead and made this move as quickly as they humanly could. And 3, yes, 100%, we're getting a work stoppage next year. It's not because of the Dodgers, but it's sure as hell going to be the narrative that it's because of the Dodgers. And that is something we're going to be discussing quite a bit today. It's not the Dodgers' fault. It's Major League Baseball's fault, exactly how this is happening. And the Dodgers are being used as a scapegoat, and it is pissing me off, and it should you too. And we want to hear from you guys all show long, but real quick, we're going to take a quick little break, and we see it in the chat. Charlie has a very good question. Are the Dodgers done? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And yes, Derek Fisher and myself, Cody Decker. And listen, we got 4 hours of very, very detailed talk. It's a trade deadline day today, people. August 3rd. It all comes to an end today. And yes, a lot of moves have already happened. And by the way, moves that are actually pretty impactful and big, but they've all fallen through the cracks because of the Tarek Skubal of it all being the real first domino to fall. And that was another thing, D-Fish, that was crazy about this whole Tarek Skubal thing. It came not necessarily out of nowhere because we knew it was coming. We just didn't know it was officially going to be the Dodgers. I think it's more crazy about how do I put it? The timing of it was wild, but the haul of it was wild. And the fact that the biggest domino was the first domino to fall. That rarely happens when everybody's after one particular guy. And it's funny, we've seen kind of how the market has reacted ever since. Pitchers have been traded left and right. Freddie Peralta now to Tampa Bay on a very similar haul that what the Dodgers got Tarek Skubal for. But the question of the day, and Charlie even asked it in the chat. Well, Charlie Brown, I'm going to answer the question for you in the chat. Are the Dodgers done? No. They are not done. In fact, the Dodgers have been linked to another player in Major League Baseball, specifically a shortstop, which is a little surprising to me because if you look at the Dodgers' depth, shortstop is not necessarily at the very tip top of the list because right now we got Mookie Betts playing shortstop. Right now you have Miguel Rojas who fits in at shortstop. We also have Kike Hernandez that fills in at shortstop. We also have Tommy Edman who could fill in at shortstop. Now, granted, I would say that none of these guys are typical go-to normal shortstops. Mookie Betts is the day-to-day guy. But there are rumors that the Los Angeles Dodgers are currently out there looking at one particular shortstop, and they don't have to look far. According to our good friend Jeff Passan, the Dodgers have been kicking the tires quite a bit about the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim shortstop, Zach Neto. And the reason why they're doing that is, frankly, he's young. He's a pretty damn good shortstop. And I think anybody that plays for the Angels deserves to be saved, D-Fish.
That they don't deserve.
They do deserve. They deserve. Get that poor guy out of there because Zach Neto's a pretty good player. Just no one knows it because he plays on the Angels.
Yeah, that's how we feel about Mike Trout too, man. But it's. I thought the Dave Roberts sound was, really interesting from the perspective of there wasn't really a need. Like they're not in the market for players because they have to do anything, which is a really, powerful position to be in. They can think short term in terms of, the injuries and the setbacks that they faced this year and what the needs are. And then they also can think long term.
Which is what this would be.
What type of players do we need to think about beyond this year? Who can help move the needle for us in terms of competing for championships, in years moving forward. And so, they're not going to miss out on opportunities to do that. And again, the draft capital is there to do it. And the current players are there to do it as well. That was another one of the surprise aspects of the Skubal trade was not, Sheehan or Lauer or
very
else,
surprised that Sheehan wasn't thrown in there.
Yeah, that another pitcher going back to the Tigers was a part of that deal. So maybe it's a part of the Neto deal. We'll
possibly.
See. So we'll find out.
Well, here's what's interesting about the Neto potential deal. So let's just say that the Dodgers do trade for Zach Neto and get him over from the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Very possible thing. Angels are currently in sell mode right now. They do have a current interim GM, Mazalik, who is very adamant. They're just moving every piece. Joe Adell might go today. I highly doubt Mike Trout goes today, although I could sit here and hope and pray and wish that it happens. I would give anything to see him wearing a Philadelphia Phillies uniform. That being said, the interesting thing if they do get Zach Neto is, well, who goes? That's the problem. You go ahead and get a shortstop, that means you have to move Mookie Betts. So where does Mookie Betts go? You could have the option of moving him to, say, second base, but then the question becomes, who do you move out of second base? Because right now you got Tommy Edman who's playing second base, Miguel Rojas, Kike Hernandez. These are three guys you're not getting rid of. So each one of these three guys, I mean, obviously the Dodgers lineup changes every single day. We talk about it all the time. Dave Roberts rocks out 130 different starting lineups every single season. So these guys are going to get playing time because they play everywhere. Kike plays outfield, all three positions. He also plays all four infield positions. Miguel Rojas plays three infield positions. Tommy Edman plays two outfield positions and three infield positions. So that's not a big deal there. The question also then goes, well, if Mookie Betts moves to second base, then that's the problem. Somebody's got to go. Who in the outfield's going to go? If you move Mookie Betts back to the outfield, then your options get very, very interested. Because obviously, I think Alex Call, his days are sadly numbered here. I think the Dodgers kind of have no choice but to trade him. And by the way, that almost has nothing to do with the Zach Nato deal if that ends up coming to fruition. They're just kind of out of room a little bit. Someone needs to go. But the name that's being thrown around that being potentially moved away from the Dodgers is not actually with the Zach Nato deal, not Alex Call. It's been hinted, specifically by Jeff Passan, that it could be Teoscar Hernandez on the move. And you know what? That is just going to be a whole question on what you value. Teoscar Hernandez is a phenomenal player. Is he a little streaky? Yes. But I will tell you this. When the streak is good, and it happens to happen in October, like it has a couple of times for the Dodgers now, I'm not positive I want Teoscar Hernandez going anywhere. A good Teoscar Hernandez is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, the streaky players and athletes are what makes them great is, you know, you obviously can get frustrated when they're not playing well or not executing well, but what makes them uniquely positioned to be who they are and have the type of personality and mindset of a streaky athlete is they can go like 0 for 1,000. And it can be like bottom of the eighth, 2 outs, 3-2 count, bite out. And it's
just every time, baby.
Just like the confidence to still just step up to the plate and swing the bat as though you haven't struck out or been called out for 1,000 times in a row.
And Tio's one of those guys, by the way.
One of those guys that just has that wiring to like just feel supremely confident in those type of situations. And that's a lot of times what, you know, winning and advancing in elimination games and big playoff series, it's more the timely plays than the amount of plays. It's when you get a base hit, not necessarily how many base hits you got. It's when you turn the double play, not how many double plays you turn. Mm-hmm. And Tio's one of those guys that, like, he has a knack for making timely plays, not necessarily 100 great plays in a row. But when he makes them, they're highly impactful. So it will be interesting to see who's involved and how the Dodgers make those decisions if this even comes to fruition.
I mean, just looking at it, it's insane when I'm looking at this entire team's depth. Just truly. And those of you that are saying that, well, it's because of all the money. Yeah, I believe that with Yamamoto. I understand that with Ohtani. I understand that with Blake Snell. 100% on the pitching staff. I don't think that with Tarek Skubal right now. They just made a trade and gave away 3 prospects for him. They're not paying him outrageous amount of money. Emmett Sheehan is on major league minimum. Roki Sasaki, major league minimum. Justin Robleski, major league minimum. I mean, that is their starting staff. And then, of course, in the field, of course, a ton of great players. Will Smith, homegrown talent, but, you know, he's got a big contract, but he's been out all year. Pages is making major league minimum. Dalton Rushing, major league minimum. Kike Hernandez on a small deal. Tommy Edman on a decent deal, but not like that breaks the bank. Miguel Rojas is basically making major league minimum. Max Muncy makes $10 million a year. I mean, these are just all phenomenal players. The Dodgers do it in every possible way. And you know what? I think that just pisses off fans even more. Just because it's not one way to beat you, because they can beat you with their money. And they are beating you with their money. But they're also beating you with their no money, too.
Yeah, I think the money part applies in free agency. And so in the Dodgers' ability to acquire, you know, great players at premium prices, that, you know, that's, you know, the sexy names are the ones that get fans' attention, but there's not the recognition. That was one of my thoughts with the Skubal news as well, and the narratives around the Dodgers. And it's like everybody that complains kind of wants it both ways, right? So it's like Kyle Tucker's contract is the worst contract in the history. Mookie Betts is washed, like, okay, but then when the Dodgers are winning because of all these guys that don't make what they make.
Kyle Tucker's being paid this much money. Mookie Betts is being paid this much money. Yeah,
Right.
it's amazing how the narrative immediately changes when somebody's successful. And it's not even those guys that are having the most success. They're having middling success
Right.
this
So
season.
it's just more the names and the perception that, well, that automatically means you're going to win. And, yeah, it increases your chances of it on paper, but you still have to go out and play the game. And, the interesting part about all of it is that it's increasing the chances of the Dodgers not having any other options but winning World Series. And that's a fun place to be, but it is not easy.
It is
not
one
easy
hell of a place to be.
to have to win it or else.
Well, they better win it.
But that's my point. That's my point. It's a fun place to be, but not easy.
Yeah, that is 100% true. Listen, we're going to be talking about this all show long. 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you guys all day long. How excited are you guys for Tarek Skubal? Do you think everybody else in the league needs to stop complaining because they didn't get a very, very makeable trade done? I think so, but what do you guys think? Give us a call, 855-975-2326. We're going to be talking about the Tarek Skubal trade and all of its implications all show long, because make no mistake, the implications are long and deep. But coming up, do we have a little bit of a problem at Rams camp? Is it possible that it's not all sunshines and rainbows? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we are live all the way to the 10 o'clock hour this morning, just like we are every single morning right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome to the show. Of course, join us in the chat right now. The chat is live. We see the Great in there. We see a few of our good friends, Donnie Boy, Joanna in Arizona. Everybody, thank you for joining the show. And, of course, we opened up talking about the Tarek Skubal of it all. And, yes, we are going to be talking about the Tarek Skubal trade and all of its implications, because there are an outrageous amount of implications. And, of course, trade deadline comes to an end today at 3 p.m. Pacific time right here in Los Angeles. August 3rd, the date has arrived. We will let you know anything that is going on with the Dodgers and, of course, in Major League Baseball. Other names have been traded, too. We will update you on all of those as well. But right now, we're switching it over to Rams camp, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the midst of training camp, and there is no more exciting team in the NFL right now, D-Fish, than the Rams. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of people considering options going in the future. We've heard Sean McVay talking about Aaron Donald. He actually was asked the question if Aaron Donald's coming back again just the other day, and he didn't give a really direct answer. He just said, if there is an arrow, it is trending upwards. And that is a good place to be, because there is other things going on the Rams defense right now. And that is that man, Myles Garrett, the biggest trade of the offseason. Hell, might have been the biggest trade in the NFL the last couple of years, D-Fish. But Myles Garrett making his debut as a Ram, however, for the last 4 days, has not been participating in Rams camp. He has been labeled with down with not an injury, but they're limiting his work right now due to lower half soreness is what they're calling it. He did routine checkups. They say there's no structural damage of any kind, so he's just kind of being held with kids' gloves right now. What do you think of that, D-Fish? Is this a cause for concern for the Rams? Is this more of the, I don't know, is this more along the lines of veteran guy needs to have a little bit more rest the way that we're doing with Matthew Stafford? Or is this veteran superstar guy doesn't need to practice at the beginning of training camp?
I think there's a combination of it. I think the Rams are, bless you. I think the Rams are, using their ability, through performance, medical, staff. You see it in other sports often, but I believe it's now, circulating through the football landscape as well, where you don't just keep putting guys out there without paying attention to something, like some signs around, where they are from a performance perspective. Do we have tightness here? Is there soreness there, et cetera? So I think some of it is that teams are just overall looking to be smarter with, how they partner with their best players to make sure that they're healthy and ready to go for game days. And then you get into the more veteran guys that have had a ton of reps, played a lot of football over the years, that don't necessarily need every rep in practice to be as sharp. Did they come in great shape and have looked great already? That kind of also gives you a sense of confidence as a coach that you don't necessarily have to, put them out there throughout all of training camp, because they almost look like they're ready to go right now. And you want to see your younger players. You want to give guys reps that ultimately may not get many when the season starts, especially in football. If you're not in that first group, you might get a spot here or there, but giving coaches a chance to see you multiple reps is also a part of the calculation. I mean, everything about the Rams is in 38 days. September 10th that's the date that's circled. And so to think that, there's 38 days between now and that first game, then, missing practices now so that then that ramp-up plan between now and September 10th can remain in place is the most important piece. Yeah, is it because he's a superstar? I mean, sure, but I just think right now this is it's news because he's a superstar. But there's also, there are also reasons why they're doing this that are just in alignment with how they're handling their performance and medical data now. So whether it's Matthew Stafford, whether it's Myles Garrett, we're talking about it because it's those guys. But there are other players on the roster that are probably being treated in a similar way from like managing them, their health situation.
I know this might be stupid, but I love your opinion on this because I'm sitting here thinking, like, yeah, he's a veteran guy. He's a superstar player, and you honestly don't need to have him out there right now. And you're right about the other players that they're kind of pulling back. Just use Matthew Stafford as that example. Older guy, no need to put him out there too much. But it's also the newness that is surrounded with Myles Garrett. I mean, he is that type of guy. You just put him down and let Myles Garrett do his thing. But is there an aspect, do you think it's a little worrisome that it's his basically first week with the team? Like, brand new location. He's never played with another team outside of the Browns before.
Not worried. I think if it was more offensively, then I'd say yes in terms of some of the timing and the rhythm that comes from just getting reps together. Defensively, yes, there's timing, there's rhythm, there's still chemistry and camaraderie. But I believe, Myles Garrett is the guy that kind of sets, it's almost the other guys that are missing Myles Garrett's presence on the field more so than Myles not being out there. So it's the other guys maybe not getting as many reps next to him that, as time goes on, could it worry you? Sure, it could. But again, you're 38 days away from needing to be at a point where you can trust some things and rely on some things. They've had OTAs, they're watching film, they're going through things half speed. I think this group feels pretty good about where they are. The decision to give them the couple of days off during OTAs and just kind of back off the weekend, that was something that Sean McVay seems to have a pretty good sense of where this group is. They feel like they're prepared to win a Super Bowl.
This is a coach you trust.
Yeah, and so I think they're just trying to be mindful of, and similar to the Dodgers, everything's about October for them because they know who their guys are, and they don't feel like they need to have anything proved to them during practice reps. These guys are ready to go, and let's get them to the season where we can get out there and start winning some games.
Well, speaking of being ready to go, by the way, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Yes, we are going to be keeping you guys updated on all of the trade deadline news and rumors. And, of course, the Dodgers, are they done yet? We will discuss. But there's a name out there that is staying ready right now. It's interesting. He's throwing it out there because there's a name by the one DeAndre Hopkins who's out there. D-Hop, by the way, is not retired. He played in Baltimore last year, and he didn't have his best season humanly possible. He's about 35 years old right now. He played in 17 games. He started 3 of them. He only had 22 receptions. He did have 2 receiving touchdowns, and he did have receiving yards about 330 yards last year. That being said, DeAndre Hopkins is classically one of the best receivers of the last 10 years in the NFL, and he is available. The thing is, he also did accept a coaching position over at Georgia Tech, but he's staying himself ready, and he's trying to throw himself out there as a potential fit for a couple of teams, one of which that apparently there could be a fit for is our Los Angeles Rams. They could use an extra depth guy or a veteran leadership type of guy, a professional target that could be held for Matthew Stafford, along with all of the incredible targets of the Puka Nakuas and all, and DeAndre Hopkins. What do you think? You think, D. Fish, that D-Hop is worth a quick little stab?
My initial thoughts were no, just because I didn't necessarily feel like there was a need there. But depth is always, super vital to championship teams. And sometimes you can catch lightning in a bottle with a veteran guy like DeAndre Hopkins that at this point only would care about winning.
Yeah.
There's no other, he's not trying to make the Pro Bowl.
He'd have a diminished role and he'd know it.
Yeah. And as long as you have some assurances and understanding that he's in a good place mentally there, wouldn't be a bad emergency option or, third down option opposite of Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua.
Mm-hmm. Well, guys, it could be an option. We'll keep you updated on it. But right now, we're going to get back over to the Dodgers, the trade deadline that is. And we got some breaking news because another trade just happened in Major League Baseball that could have some implications on the Los Angeles Dodgers. Not to mention Tarek Skubal. Oh, D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And, of course, we want to hear from you guys all show long right here on D. Fish and Decker. You can join us in the chat at The Fan LA right now on YouTube. We're talking all things. And, of course, we see you guys in there. We see you, Oh the Gray. We see you, Joanna, Donnie Boy, No Tan Lines, Rob, all of you. And we want to hear from you guys all show long because we are in the midst of a trade deadline, ladies and gentlemen. And, yes, the Dodgers making the splash of all splashes on Saturday night, getting their hands on two-time Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal. And yeah, we're going to get into some of those massive implications, but we do have some breaking news in Major League Baseball that do do affect the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that is because all-star infielder Luis Ariz has been traded to the Philadelphia Phillies. A phenomenal move by the Phillies. But D-Fish, we were going off and running off to grab some water real quick in between breaks. You said, oh, so Bryce Harper was right then when he said they needed help. Yes, he was right, which makes me wonder, what the hell was all of that nonsense between Bryce and the front office the other day? What was Donnie Baseball? Now, you're Donnie front office now. Donnie front office going after Bryce Harper, and then the GM kind of saying some weird... He was right, and they went and did exactly what he thought they should do.
Yeah, well, we talked about it. He was right, but maybe that's old school. I don't think we need a running timeline of everything that players are thinking.
Fair.
But
today's day and age.
Yeah, that's true, but it's still like you still don't have to necessarily.
Very true.
You can just shoot but Bryce Harper's in a different category. We talked about that. Like he's a franchise guy that sometimes, you have to squeeze a little bit harder to get things to happen. Mm-hmm. And so the Phillies made a move.
They did. They made a move, and it's a good move, and I doubt they're done, too. They can use an arm as well. Everybody's trying to load up to get the beat up on the Dodgers. They're trying their very best. The Cubs, they went and made their move. They got their hands on Kevin Gausman, starting pitcher from the Toronto Blue Jays. Phenomenal pickup there. Freddie Peralta over there to the Rays. The Rays going for it in the American League side. We've seen the White Sox. The White Sox got Luis Castillo in an interesting kind of win-win trade between them and the Mariners. Both of those teams seemingly going after their respective divisions. Obviously, the White Sox currently in first place. But here's the thing. On Saturday night, we talked about it already. I thought that the Tarek Skubal deal was insane. Not on the Dodgers' part. Great job by the Los Angeles Dodgers. I can't stress that enough. They only had to give up 3 prospects, 2 of which they received back from a trade, one of which has been injured for a little while, and that's River Ryan, who has had some major league time and service time. He's 27 years old. So of the wants that the Tigers wanted was one major league ready guy. Well, they got that in River Ryan, and also they get their hands on Zaire Hope. And by the way, he was the big piece of this trade. He's the Dodgers' number 5 prospect. He has 23 home runs right now in AA to Tulsa. This guy, is everyone believes, will be a star one day, maybe a multi-time all-star type of star. That being said, giving up 3 prospects, none of which not even in your top 4 of your organization's prospects, for a 2-time Cy Young Award winner is one hell of a get if you're the Los Angeles Dodgers, because not only just bolster your team, not only did you not even really all that much affect your payroll, but you didn't even affect your minor league system in a negative way. Like they didn't gut your system. You didn't leverage your future. This is not even going to make a dent to the Dodgers negatively. This is a win-win-win-win for the Dodgers right now.
I mean, they had, I don't want to say all the leverage necessarily, but they were sat in the best position in trade conversations throughout, the entire first half of this season in terms of not having to swing at anything. They could literally just wait for what they wanted to happen, and they did. Mm-hmm. And that's the best position to be in, as a team, as an organization, for Andrew Friedman to be able to go into these talks knowing, hey, man, we don't have a glaring need that, we have to necessarily address. Yeah, we're banged up. We could use some pitching. We could use some support in the bullpen, depending on, when guys get back or if they get back and how they perform when they're back. But to be able to just kind of stay focused and only really have the one goal of adding Skubal and getting him, that's big time.
Big time.
Not giving up the top prospects. Again, I think the Dodgers were able to hold the line on the fact that this was going to be a rental. There's no guarantee that you come to an agreement in free agency this offseason. Mm-hmm. The thought, of course, is that the Dodgers are going to do everything they can.
No question.
To retain his services, but they also aren't sure what system they're going to be retaining his services in. Like all of these players going into free agency this offseason.
Scary time to go into free agency.
No idea what the collective bargaining agreement is going to look like moving forward. So I think that was another thing that the Dodgers were able to kind of lean in on in talks with the Tigers, is they have no guarantees they're going to be able to re-sign Tarik Skubal in free agency after a new collective bargaining agreement exists, because you don't know which mechanisms are going to be in place. Is there going to be not an expansion draft, but some form of shuffling of talent to get everybody below a certain salary cap number?
This is going to be weird.
You don't know. And so I think the Dodgers were smart in how they managed some of these conversations. And yeah, again, he could be here for 2 months and then gone. And so why would you give up your top 3 or 4 guys in terms of prospects, or an impact pitcher like a Sheehan or a Lauer, or somebody that's helping you right now, for a guy that may not be here 2 months from now?
Well, it's fun. I agree with everything you're saying on the Dodgers. The Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers crushed this, like plain and simple. I'm more annoyed at every other team. I can't stress this enough. So, like, I've been having very, very normal interactions on Twitter as of late, because a lot of people are just really pissed off about this. I am not pissed off about this. I think that somebody just said, Joe Shad tweets out, the Dodgers are so bad for baseball. And I responded simply this. I don't make the argument that the other 29 teams are far worse for baseball than the Dodgers ever would be, because this was not a difficult trade to make. That's what's really bothering me about this. This was a tradable piece for, if anyone's really serious about beating the Dodgers in October, they could have gotten Tarik Skubal. And I'm not the only one that thinks this, because as this trade happened live, the Angels were playing against the Milwaukee Brewers. The Milwaukee Brewers were one of the 3 teams, if you believe reports, that were really in on Tarik Skubal. Well, announcer Wayne Randazzo not only announces the trade, he also immediately gives his thoughts on why he's as disappointed as I am on all the 29 other teams. Here's what Rain had to say.
Now that I've said that, take a deep breath, because Mark Feinsand has reported that Tarik Skubal has been traded to the Dodgers. Incredible.
Tells you that Shohei might not be pitching a whole lot here in the end. Foul ball.
Yeah, that's probably true. And once again, the Dodgers step up. They get the big fish. And you just wonder, we'll find out here soon what the return was. But why couldn't a team like the Brewers or the Braves or whoever step in and keep the Dodgers? It's just an open market. Anybody can go and get Skubal. This is not about money. This is about trading prospects.
Yeah.
And how could these other teams allow that to happen?
Couldn't agree more, Wayne. Nailed it. How did they let it happen? And that's the thing that I want to really specify. They let it happen. And that, of course, was Angels TV right there on Xfinity. I can't stress enough. Like, it's infuriating that other teams have the gall and other fan bases have the gall to complain about this. This was a move anyone and their cousin could have made, especially after seeing the haul the Dodgers gave up. It was not this haul should have been more. And if nothing else, other teams should have at least driven up the Dodgers price. If nothing else, should have done that.
Yeah, I mean, again, we, folks having, a strong opinion about the Dodgers ruining baseball, like you can only, receive or absorb a certain amount of information. Right. I mean, if you're listening to us, you're driving to work, you're on the way back from work, for folks that work the night shift, et cetera. Like, there's only so much you can understand and digest about what actually is happening. Most of the needle is moved by the biggest, loudest sounds, the biggest, strongest narratives. And so the narratives that have always persisted and existed are, the Dodgers are ruining baseball, or they're outspending everyone, et cetera, et cetera. So that is what rings in people's mind. During a trade scenario, like, a lot of people don't even understand the difference between trade and a signing in free agency. like most people feel like that's all conflated and it's kind of like one thing. The Dodgers just acquired Tarek Skubal. That's all they read on any type of clickbait of any kind. They don't understand the nuances of what just happened. It's just the news part of the Dodgers just acquired Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, so they immediately think, oh, well, Dodgers money. The Dodgers money had nothing to do with getting Tarek Skubal.
Correct. So, but I think we have to also keep that in mind in like when they are expressing that, it's not coming from the perspective that we have or that folks in the sport may have. So then in how we respond and go in our back and forths in our conversations, they're not really challenging what we're saying because they don't quite understand what just happened.
Yes.
They're expressing what they think and their perception of what's going on based on what's available. The headline is the Dodgers just acquired Tarek Skubal. Nobody's listening to like this is the fine print when you get into prospects and top 5 prospect in the minor league.
They just hear the rich get richer.
That's all it is.
That's all they hear.
So,
but like the rich get richer because this richer is smarter and they're just getting it done. Like here's the thing. Here's where all the implications are really going because everyone is now saying we are 100% not going to get a season next year. And you know what? I agree with it. I agree with that sentiment. I do not think we're going to get baseball next season. I don't think we're going to get it at all next season.
You think a whole season?
I think we're missing an entire season now.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
And by the way, I don't think this is the Dodgers' fault.
No, I
a little.
With that, but I don't know if any sport can handle a full lost season.
I think you're right. I think this is.
I think
this is
2026.
I completely agree with you.
Too many options.
I think that the owners are so short-sighted right now because they are trying like hell. And by the way, there's not a single owner that isn't worth billions. And those of you that are sitting around saying, well, the Reds owner's only worth $600 million. Yeah, he's one of 23 Reds owners. There are 23 owners for the Reds. We actually don't know the entire pool of the ownership money over the Cincinnati Reds. That being said, this is billion-dollar entities, and I will never understand how certain fans have been fooled and convinced by their ownership groups that their billionaire owners, somehow their billions are worth less than the Dodgers' billions. It's the same number, but somehow they've convinced themselves, because the ownerships have told them that they're in a small market. They aren't. There are no small markets. There are bigger markets and smaller markets, but none of these markets are small. And they've convinced themselves that they're these little underdogs and that the billionaires that own their franchises just can't compete, which is simply not true. It's just a decision. And those of you that are saying, well, the pay disparity between the Dodgers, it's balance. We need to get balance in Major League Baseball. The Dodgers' current payroll, including all of their luxury taxes that they are basically fined for because of what their payroll is in, their current payroll is 15% higher than the number 2 team. Yeah, I agree. That is a higher payroll than everybody else. In 2005, the Yankees had a 70% higher payroll than the number 2 team. I didn't hear anybody back then about the Yankees being 70% higher in payroll. This is 15%. So this discrepancy and disparity, it's not that much. It's not even close to the worst in baseball in the last 20 years.
Right, but I mean, yes, and then I also like to argue. I mean, I don't say none of it matters. It does have some impact. But, you know, even over the last several weeks, as we've said, when we come on air and say the Dodgers have the best record in baseball, and then you go check the standings and it's like, okay, well,
they're half
right
game up.
now they do. But when the game is over tonight in Milwaukee and Miz just struck out 12 people, now the Brewers have the best record in baseball. And so it flips the kind of this argument on its head. Like, yes, if the Dodgers win the World Series, then okay, yeah, people will just keep running with the same narrative, right? But it's not like the Brewers don't have a chance to win the World Series, or the Phillies don't have a chance to win the World Series.
100%.
Or the Rays don't have a chance to win the World Series. Like it's all possible because there's human beings involved. And you know, as we watch other sports, like things happen. We just watched an amazing World Cup tournament.
Yep.
How many times were the referees involved in the
Too many.
Too many.
Far
right?
too many.
And so it took back an entire point for another team. And then a whole other team won won the match that we were pissed off that this team, like that all happens in other sports as well. And so, you know, like I said, I get it from, again, just from a perception and a narrative perspective. You know, and part of it is, you know, being willing to have a little bit more of a nuanced conversation where you can, but you know, people's bandwidth are tapped out, maxed out. You got to be able to get to some facts quickly and then, you know, keep moving. But these narratives have been, you know, spun for decades.
For decades.
So it's going to be hard to just win the messaging battle without, you know, the same amount of decades.
Which, by the way, I gotta give the ownership's credit, like real credit, because it is really hard to get a bunch of billionaires on the same page. It seems as though they are on the same page because the narrative going into this CBA, and you've seen it for forever, and we still deal with it all the time. We're dealing with it even this week. Greedy players. Oh man, these damn greedy players in the sports. We can't keep paying these greedy players so much. They are the ones keeping sports from you. That's the thing that's always been the narrative when a CBA comes up. Vilify the players. And don't worry, they're going to vilify the players as much as humanly possible. But this time, they have something brand new that the ownership groups never had before. They have a new boogeyman. And that boogeyman is the Los Angeles Dodgers. We can't compete with the Los Angeles Dodgers. This isn't fair. So now we've got fans no longer angry at players. We got them angry at the system that the Dodgers are playing in. The same system that everyone else can play in. Here's what Dave Roberts had to say about the concept of the Dodgers being used as this endless battering ram, that they're somehow cheating.
It just seems like there's always blowback with us. People are passionate. We feel good about it. There's nothing that we did that no one else couldn't have done. You know, I just laud our front office. You know, we have to have the players to be able to pull something like this off. And, you know, we still got, you know, arguably one of the top 2 or 3 or 1 or 2 or 3 farm systems in baseball, you know, a day later. So it's a credit to a lot of people in this organization.
So it's very much my thought process and my theory that, listen, even the Foul Territory put out a tweet right after this happened. They said, let it all out, baseball fans. Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers makes you feel blank. And I responded, confused. And my reasoning for that is simply this. There are days left to the deadline. No one tried to make a better offer. Makes me think perhaps some teams' ownerships very much wanted this to happen for CBA negotiation purposes. Because I will tell you, this is a perfect CBA tactic that they're going to use. The Dodgers have too much money, and they have too much trade capital, and they have too much this, and they have too much that. By the way, the Dodgers created their own farm system the way it is. It's phenomenal. Everyone else should copy and paste their entire thing. The Rays do the exact same thing. This is just... It's borderline maddening watching this happen in real time and people not seeing it happen, because this is not about the Dodgers' millions. That's what really bothers me about the whole thing. Fans think this is about the Dodgers' millions. June Lee, a very good, respectable writer, went out and put out this statement because he's not wrong about this. When the Dodgers went bankrupt under the McCourts, the Major League Baseball had to repurpose the team. So they had to make adjustments to the Dodgers' TV deal. The Dodgers do pay less into the TV deal pool than any other team. So the Dodgers do, with their TV contract, and June Lee is correct about this, they do get about $66 million more a year as a franchise from their TV deal. But if you're telling me the multiple billion-dollar entity of the Dodgers are somehow only successful because of $66 million that they get in a TV deal, guys, you don't know how numbers work even a little. That $66 million is like the equivalent of you finding a $10 bill in your pocket right now that you didn't know was in there. The Dodgers are worth billions upon billions. None of this CBA is about the players' millions. It's about the owners' billions.
Well, yeah, and a redistribution of those billions, right? I think, you know, as part of when you're part of an exclusive club the way you are in team ownership, you're okay with other members of the club, you know, getting certain benefits, but then there's a point where you want things to be kind of evened out a little bit more. Like you're tired of the guy with the locker down there on the corner, with the prime real estate location, like, I want to make sure my locker or my space or, the things that are important to me are also being considered. And that's what a lot of this is. It's chess at the highest levels. Like you said, the teams, and ownership groups kind of allowing certain things to happen during certain phases in order to actuate or create the environment that would allow them to ultimately get to where they want to go with a collective bargaining agreement. Like, that's hundreds of billions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
So then there has to be a willingness to take some short-term pain for the long-term gain of a new CBA that then puts per year, tens of billions of dollars back in the pockets of ownership groups. And then over the course of a CBA agreement, which normally is 6 years or 7 years, now you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of value, flip back to the other side.
Let's be real clear. Will we lose a whole season next year? God, I hope not. Do I think we're going to miss at least a portion of it? I don't see a world where we don't.
Yeah, I mean, and then lastly, real quick, on the team thing, I'm not sure why we don't view sports teams like we view other products in retail.
Me neither. Me neither.
Like, you don't think Apple is trying to corner the market?
Dude, I don't understand.
Like, you don't think Google is trying to corner the market?
It's so strange because, like, these are all billionaires that work in, like, free industry, right? And corporate industry, right?
Yeah.
Everything is cutthroat until they become a sports owner. And all of a sudden, no, we have to get rid of the free market. That's not fair to us. It's insane, and they've convinced so many fans of it. Drives me nuts, but there's so much to discuss when it comes to this, and we will discuss so much more. And what do you guys think? 855-975-2326. Do you think the Dodgers are ruining baseball, or do you think that the other 29 teams are ruining baseball the way I do? That being said, we're going to take a quick little break, and there are more implications with this move. Are we going to see Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher, again this season? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker and, of course, the legendary Derek Fisher. And D-Fish, what can I say? We've been reacting to all of the trade news that's taking place. Of course, everyone's very normal and not at all overreaction to the Dodgers getting their hands on Tarek Skubal, the sexiest name that was possibly available. By the way, other trades absolutely happening as we speak, but we just got done talking quite a bit about specifically the implications of Major League Baseball and what this could do, say, for the salary cap proposal that's coming up. Now, if you understand the players' side, Major League Baseball's Players Association, it's not literally written in the bylines, but it's basically a byline that no, we will never, ever agree to a salary cap. That's what the other strike in 94 was kind of set up for. They successfully shut that down, and they got their way to the point where now, 30 years later, we still don't have a salary cap. But now the salary cap conversation has changed because no longer is it the greedy players is why we need a salary cap. We need a salary cap to stop the damn Dodgers. Those Dodgers are just too rich, even though everyone else has the exact same amount of money. But let's go ahead over to the phone calls. 855-975-2326. What do you guys think about the trade and the possible salary cap situation looming over Major League Baseball? Max in LA, talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
First of all, I love the Mets. I'll start by saying this, but fuck the Mets. Did we have...
Sorry, Max, this is terrestrial radio, my guy. And on terrestrial radio, F-bombs just sadly can't be on there. Although the idea of being mad at the Mets is a very understandable proposition. I'm assuming he's saying that he's mad at the Mets because the Mets spent just as much as the Dodgers, and they are abysmal. So much so they're trading away everybody they possibly can right now. And of course, we want to hear from you guys. 855-975-2326. Let us know what you guys think about this potential salary cap that Major League Baseball is trying to implicate. And not to mention, on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, the trade deadline is going to be wild today. We just got another trade just now. Jose Soriano has left the Angels, and ladies and gentlemen, he is over there with the Toronto Blue Jays, which is very interesting, D-Fish, because the Blue Jays just traded away Kevin Gossman over there to the Cubs. It seems like they're just trying to get younger and while filling that spot, because Soriano might be a good arm for the Blue Jays for years to come.
I mean, it seems like that's really what the focus was. Like,
seems like that
the trade of Gausman to, veteran guy. You trade him to a situation where possibly has a chance to compete, and then you get a younger guy in, I think Soriano will be under team control until 2028, so now back to those kind of CBA conversations that, like, some teams are now also thinking about what their rosters are going to look like coming out of any work stoppage.
Yeah.
So now we need players that are under contract or under control beyond the work stoppage so that we can start to kind of still map it out and plan out what we're going to look like. So this trade deadline is uniquely different.
Yeah.
With the work stoppage and collective bargaining agreement stuff looming.
Because they have to, here's the thing where I'll give some teams a little bit of credit. Because I'm looking at it like a lot of teams are letting the Dodgers run roughshod because they want the Dodgers to run roughshod. And I firmly believe that. But I do see the issues for other teams, making some acquisitions, not knowing what this next season is going to look like as far as salary construction goes. We really don't know. So I think they're all doing that. And I've been told that teams have been asked to factor that in as well. My question is, when they're being told to factor that in, how are they being told to factor that in as if we have less money to play with next year, or factor that in as if we have more? I truly don't know how teams are factoring in next season.
It's a good question. I think sometimes there's an understanding that there's going to be a shortened season at a minimum.
Yes.
Sometimes there's no season at all.
It's crossed my mind.
I remember. And we found these things out later, but in 2000, I was just looking back at some other stuff from 2010, 2011, and going into that season, there was pretty large understanding that there was going to be a work stoppage going into that following year in 2011.
I remember it.
And so the 11-12 NBA season was shortened. It started on Christmas. But immediately following the 2011 season, that's when, the lockout, work stoppage, whatever. Mm-hmm. And there were several staff members of NBA teams that were told that, their contracts were not going to be renewed, and the team was going to be basically letting some people go because the work stoppage lockout was coming up. It was on the horizon. Mm-hmm. So during the season before, staffs were already being informed that they were not going to be, their contracts weren't going to be renewed. Mm. So teams are already preparing for a shortened season or impacted season already. It's happening.
Yeah, it definitely is. But you hear what we think. What do you guys think? 855-975-2326. George and Cali, talk to us. What's up, George?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Chilling, man. How you doing?
Good. Quick thing. I know a lot of people, reacting over the Dodgers getting Scuba and all that, which it didn't make sense to me because I guess it's, like you said before, it's fair ground. I mean, anybody could have offered anything, you know what I mean? And trading 3 prospects for, I guess, I want to say maybe, you know more than me, but top 10 pitcher in baseball right now.
No question. He's legitimately, and I'm not kidding, George, top 2 or 3 in baseball right now.
Now, my question about that, I guess you could kind of elaborate more on that. Can a player request a team if they know that they're going to be traded in baseball?
George, it's funny you ask that because D-Fish actually asked a similar question earlier because, they can request it, but at the end of the day, when you're on that initial contract and you don't have any trade clause in your contract, there really isn't anything you can do whatsoever. And usually teams aren't inclined to send you to where you want to go unless you have an outrageously good relationship with him. But this particular guy, I mean, he's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. I'm going to get as much as I humanly can for him and the best possible deal that I can for him. Let's go to Ryan in the IE. Talk to us, Ryan. You're on with D-Fish and Decker.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I wanted to talk about the Ohtani trade that never happened. Okay, when we're talking about the Dodgers ruining baseball and a salary cap, Artie Moreno had some absurd survey, whatever, claiming that fans aren't interested in winning, right? And what value did he get for his team and the state that they're in by never trading Ohtani? Nothing. So when we're talking about, a salary cap and the Dodgers ruining baseball, we have to face the facts that the Marlins, for the better part of, besides when Miggy was there, for 20 years, didn't care about winning. They cared about revenue sharing. The Brewers, are a model small market franchise now, but were they always going all in to win, right? You cannot convince me that the bottom 10 teams are actually interested in winning, spending to win, compared to, like you referenced earlier, the Dodgers make great TV money. The Yankees make great TV money. Why do billionaires exist? Because they either found a market inefficiency or they created a market inefficiency. These guys understand, how to create wealth in the other aspects of their lives, not necessarily how to create winning in their baseball team. And sometimes that's by design. Mm-hmm. Why would you invest, an extra $90 million to make your team end up third in the NL West, when you could just do nothing and end up pocketing $60 million? And then we look at these stadium deals and the tax incentives and the write-offs that we're looking at. We live in L.A. SoFi Stadium has done so much for Los Angeles County, but it costs us a lot too. Look at the Marlins and what we went through. Look at what happened to Oakland, right? Not just for the A's, but for the Raiders. You cannot convince me that I need to feel bad for the 20 dudes who aren't actually trying to put a product out to win, when at the end of the day, you're fine being in the owner suite, or again, in Artie Moreno's case, not even showing up to the game.
Yep.
Because
Ryan gets it, D-Fish. Ryan gets it perfectly. Ryan, no notes. I agree with literally every syllable you just said. Phenomenal call, Ryan. Thank you so much for it. 855-975-2326. D-Fish, he's dead right. And honestly, we should come back on the other side and talk more about it because He is dead right. Ryan, phenomenal call. And yeah, this is more about teams pocketing money because they don't need to spend money for them to make an outrageous amount of money. They're already making it. And there's no reason, and there's no incentive, and there's no punishment to any of these teams for not spending.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, I think there's a perception that every sports team owner is only in it for the trophy, sexy, I'm a team owner, let's go win a trophy and so we can celebrate. And a lot of sports team ownership groups or individuals are in it because they're great investments on a certain level as well.
Yes.
And so they're running it like a great investment, not necessarily like a team that has to win. And so you have to keep that in mind as well.
Completely. And guys, we're going to be talking about this all show long. We're going to keep hearing from you guys. 855-975-2326. Phenomenal calls already. Of course, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. But coming up, we do have some breaking news, and it's not Major League Baseball related. Breaking news on the men's national soccer side right here on the other end as we play a little You In or You Out here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Steve Fish and Decker, are you in or are you out? Brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
That's right. Oh, and by the way, Gladys Knight tonight over there at Yamava, Raj. Oh,
That's right.
celebrating that trade deadline the right way, Raj.
That's going to be a great show. That's going to be a great show tonight. Check them out at Yamava. Got to get there.
Absolutely. Yamava.com. Check it out. Got to get there tonight, August 3rd. Check out Gladys Knight tonight.
That's right, guys. You know what else you got to check out? The men's national team. I told you it was up in the air, but they have re-signed Poch through 2030, meaning you guys will have them for the next World Cup.
How do we pull it off, man?
You guys.
So you in or you're out on Poch back with Team USA.
Raj, you live in America.
Guys.
You don't tell me who I get to root for. I root for who I want to. It's a free country, damn it.
Born in Philly, raised in Boston, lives in L.A.
Brazil and Jamaica. You guys skip those parts.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm
Yeah.
way in. Dude, you know why I'm in? For obvious reasons. I mean, Poch legitimized us almost overnight. I mean, like, this is, despite all the noise, this was such a positive year for men's soccer in the World Cup, and I'm looking forward to what he does in the next one.
Yeah, I'm in on Potts, man. I think, like to give it just some seriousness. Like I think we've always kind of thrown away what the men's national team is going to do, and I think Poch helps us to like actually pay attention more. He's a serious guy. He wants to win. He wants them to compete at a high level. So I'm in.
All right. Well, there's something else you need to pay attention to. It's the national anthem. Was this in Los Angeles?
I don't know where it was, but I do know it was the
Oh, you talking about the?
Go ahead, Fish. Set it up. You know about it. Go ahead,
Set it up,
Fish.
baby. Set it up.
No. I don't know about it. I saw it briefly, and I literally stopped watching it because.
Oh, well, you ain't got to stop. I'll play it for you.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam?
Yeah, so you in or out on the rendition of the national anthem there, Fish?
I mean, that's somebody's grandmama, man. I don't want to do that. I don't wanna do that.
Well, somebody should have told their grandmama, put the microphone
She
down.
gave a good effort.
Yeah, that's normally what we say when we go to concerts. Oh, good effort. Good effort. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
I'm out on that one.
I mean, she had to get. They probably got paid absolutely nothing.
Probably, but it was here's the thing. It was also the inaugural women's professional baseball league. So like, they could have found somebody.
I mean, there was probably a player on one of the teams that
could have done better than this.
Yeah.
That was tough. When would you put that on like the Roseanne Barr scale from back in the day?
Yeah, but this one there was 3 people singing it. They're like they didn't rehearse together.
It's like they're all singing different songs somehow.
Yeah, that was wild. So I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. Or the Carl Lewis.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Good call.
One day we got to do the worst national anthems. We'll get it in.
This is on there.
Yeah. Hey, guys, also in baseball happening this weekend, Guardians pitcher Gavin Williams, he had his perfect game attempt nearly broken up by a Diamondbacks bunt, and that caused benches to empty. So Fish, are you in or out on breaking up a perfect game or a no-hitter with a bunt?
Is that a hit?
I mean, if you get a hit, it's a hit. But, yeah, people be getting mad, man.
Just for the record, it wasn't a hit. It was a foul ball. So
but, I mean, it would
happened.
have counted as a hit.
It would have. By the way, later in the at-bat, the next pitch, he did get a hit. He had a line drive single to right. Then the brawl broke out.
What y'all mad at?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I mean, Cody could say better. There are certain, obviously, like things, you know, when a basketball team is up by 8 points and they still try to go dunk it at the end, like guys get upset about that.
Yeah.
But
similar thing.
Okay. I mean, I'm still trying to get a hit. Like, why would I just allow you to get a no-hitter?
Yeah, dude. This was in the 6th inning. It wasn't like, if it was in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning, I could see it. But the 6th inning, you're still competing. It's still kind of fair game. Also, he didn't lay down the bunt. He ended up getting a normal line drive single.
So what you mad at?
So what are you complaining about? I hate the unwritten rules of baseball more than anything. I hate unwritten rules because unwritten rules are only there to safeguard fragile egos. What do you have a fragile ego? You had a perfect game into the 6th. quit your complaining.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing. Guardians embarrassed themselves yesterday is what they did.
I heard that. Hey, guys, this from, who is this from? From a reporter in Boston. He said the Celtics might pull off a shocking Steph Curry blockbuster trade. Are you in or out of how that would even look on the court, Fish? The Celtics going after Steph Curry.
Who said this?
A writer in Boston. It wasn't a big name or anything, but it was a Boston beat writer, covers the team.
I don't know about this. I don't think Draymond Green signs a 1-year deal to go back to the Warriors if Steph is on the way out.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not doubting Brad Stevens and the Celtics' abilities or desire to make something like this happen, but nah, I'm out.
Way out. No chance. No chance in hell. I'm baffled anyone who's even said it out loud, by the way. This is brought to you by Yamava. Go ahead and check out Yamava.com and go ahead and check out the concerts that are going on there tonight. Gladys Knight. Celebrate the signing of Tarek Skubal by checking out Gladys Knight tonight.
There we go. Hey, Pablo Torre wonders why Adam Silver won't do what a real judge would in the Clippers investigation and just get to the bottom of it, Fish. You in or out on Pablo Torre calling out Adam Silver in this Clipper investigation?
Because he's not a real judge.
Simple as that, Fish.
Yeah, is his name Judge Silver and no one told me?
What? Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, he's not a real judge in this scenario. It's not. The league is always, I mean, at least on the NBA side, when there are, whether legal or civil, lawsuit, law enforcement, potentially things involved, they don't get involved. They allow that investigation or that process to take place first and then make a decision. So, yeah, I'm out. I don't know what he.
Yeah, I'm out on this too. Yeah, would I like them to make a decision? Yes, but when it's also like an actual investigation, I do think they need to let the those. I guess Pablo Torre, for a guy who finds out a lot of things, has not found out that the NBA is not a government agency. Let's let the government agency take care of it first, and then the NBA can make their decision.
All right. Hey, guys, it looks like we're not going to get to see what happened when a cop showed up to Kyle Shanahan's car crash, and that's because they're not releasing the body cam footage. Well, you're looking at me a little suspicious there, Cody, but you guys in or out on keeping the body cam footage to themselves?
I'm that's tough.
It's
I'm
tough,
out.
isn't it?
I mean, and the only what comes to mind is just other other guys in other situations where it hasn't. I mean, it has been released. I think about like Tiger Woods' most recent incident and certain situations where, that body cam footage ends up out. Now, in this situation, there sounds like there was gruesome injuries involved and included, so maybe there's some consideration for that.
Maybe.
But largely this gets out for the most part. So
yes, it does.
Yeah.
Largely when these things happen, they get out all the time, especially within the 2 weeks when it should have been reported at some given moment. You know why I'm out on this? Because my first question when you said that was, why? Now I have questions, and I already have hundreds of questions about this entire car accident already, and they're only making it worse by them not getting in front of it. This is really weird. We're actually, I'll go further. This is so far past weird now that now I need to know what the hell's going on.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if more comes out. It got
This
a
is nuts.
little quiet over the weekend. Hey, last thing for football, by the way, Ashton Genty, of course, the
Love him.
second-year running back from the Raiders. He says expectation, I just made up a word, is for me to lead. So I have to make a big jump. So, Fish, you in or out on a young guy just putting a lot of expectation on weight on his shoulders to make a big jump in the second league?
Yeah, I'm in. I'm in. Second year or not, I just think to be really special, to have a special group of players, everybody has to carry the responsibility like it's on them. And if everybody walked in the locker room like the success of this team is on my shoulders, everybody would work a lot harder. So I'm in all the way.
Dude, I'm way in. I'm weighing in on everything. I really love Ashton Genty. I loved the signing of him. I'm unfortunate first year for him, but it wasn't his fault at all. That offensive line did him nothing for him. I can't wait. He's put on a little bit of extra muscle this offseason for a guy that was already pretty big and jacked.
Cut out sugar in the offseason.
Yeah, dude, I'm excited to see what he can do. I'm excited to see what the Raiders can do. I know I expect them to finish last in the division, but this is a better team than we've seen these last couple of years. So Ashton Genty, dig it.
That's right. And maybe for their first game, they can sign these to, a group of ladies for the national anthem.
Yes, let's hope. Beautiful.
Oh, she went up there. She got that one.
It sounds like someone started their car with a cat on the manifold. It sounds awful. Poor ladies. I know they're trying, but that's tough, man.
Nah, it's tough.
Would that be like on the worst list of that? Because it went into the crowd and it just showed people just burying their heads in their hands, trying not to laugh.
What I think of is like who the people responsible for watching that audition tape or listening and deciding that that's who should do it.
Oh, I'm so fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Well, guys, plenty to discuss here. Tarek Skubal traded to the Dodgers, and we got to talk about that, not to mention other trades that the Dodgers might be in on today. Right here as the trade deadline comes to an end, we will discuss all of it and more right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And what can we say, guys? We are still reeling and reacting to the news that is. Tarek Skubal here in Los Angeles for the Dodgers. He's going to be making his Dodger debut tomorrow night in Chicago. Of course, the Dodgers are getting ready to start a series in Chicago against the Cubs, who also made some nice trades of their own so far. They got their hands on Kevin Gausman over there from the Toronto Blue Jays, and right as an interesting move right after that for the Blue Jays, they replaced Kevin Gausman with Soriano, who they just traded for from the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, which adds a couple of questions about the Angels and the moves that they're going to make. Is that going to mean Joe Odell's going to be moved? Does that mean that we're going to see Detmers moved? And also, does that mean we're going to see Zach Neto moved? So real quick, if you believe reports, Jeff Passan has put out there that Zachary Neto might be traded to the Los Angeles Dodgers, which, man, it's an interesting move right there, D-Fish, because if the Dodgers were to get their hands on a young shortstop, you would make the assumption that he is going to be the shortstop for the next couple of years, which means where do you move Mookie Betts? Well, that's an interesting question. Mookie Betts would neither need to move to second base or back to the outfield. Well, if you move to second base is a position by committee right now. Tommy Edman plays there, Kike Hernandez, Miguel Rojas, all three of which play there. Now you add the fourth head into Mookie Betts, and you have yourself quite a movable infield. Do you move him back to the outfield? Well, that becomes very interesting. You put him in right field. We know we got Kyle Tucker there, and those of you that say, good, sit Kyle Tucker, we're not sitting $60 million. I don't see a universe where the Dodgers are sitting $60 million of their active payroll. So he is going to be out there playing. Then you got Andy Pages. I don't see him sitting because he's an active all-star right now in center field. And then you have Teoscar Hernandez, Alex Call, among other names. I do think someone's days are numbered. I do think Alex Call's days have been numbered here from the get-go. I do think the Dodgers are going to end up trading him. But if they end up getting themselves an infielder, I don't know what to say other than I think the only name possibly available to move for the Dodgers would be Teoscar Hernandez. It actually makes sense. The only thing is I don't want to see it happen only because I am just such a big fan of what Teoscar Hernandez has done here for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He is a bit streaky, but D-Fish, we were talking about it earlier. When Teoscar's streaky good, he's about as good as it gets in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, streaky athletes are, uniquely built to, I think quarterbacks in football get, they develop almost like an amnesia, type quality where, you notice in football, as soon as they throw an interception, most of them just kind of like clap their hands maybe one time, and then they jog off the field.
The great ones.
And they go right back to preparing for the next possession.
And try to make the same goddamn pass.
They go grab the tablet. They look at where, oh, man, okay, I missed the linebacker here. I should have made this read. And they have an ability to just kind of forget what happened and think about the next play. Mm-hmm. And streaky athletes have those type of qualities as well. So when you talk about Teoscar Hernandez, timely hitting in the postseason is really what it all comes down to. And you need guys that can step up, in some of the most stressful and anxious situations and still just almost have like an irrational confidence and belief that they can make a play regardless of how they've been playing. And I think Teoscar Hernandez is one of those guys. So, I mean, sure, if you can improve in a certain way, yeah. I mean, I think the Dodgers clearly are going to always look at that opportunity. But he's a guy that's just been so vital to the recent success because of his ability to make timely plays for this team.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting if that's the move they tried to make. Lots of other moves have been made already. Obviously, we talked a little bit about the Cubs. They got their hands on a few names, one of which being Kevin Gausman. The White Sox getting their hands on Luis Castillo with the trade with the Seattle Mariners. That's a huge move. So lots of nice moves happening over there in Chicago. We just broke earlier the Philadelphia Phillies. Huge move getting Luis Ariz from the San Francisco Giants. By the way, I don't think the Giants are done selling yet either. They got some arms. Robbie Ray could be a name that's out there. Logan Webb has been thrown out there as a potential other name. So make no mistake, the trade deadline doesn't end today until August 3rd, and there's lots to discuss about it. But nothing bigger than the Los Angeles Dodgers, because the implications on the Dodgers and the moves they just made, specifically the move they just made for Tarek Skubal. A+ for the Dodgers. Can't stress it enough. Zaire Hope was the big name in there. 23 home runs. He's hitting .293 in Double-A Tulsa. Everybody agrees he's going to be a star. River Ryan, he had a little bit of a stint in Major League Baseball a couple years ago in 2024. Got hurt very quickly, unfortunately. He has been in the minor leagues kind of getting himself back to form. He apparently is back to form, so he's that Major League ready pitcher that the Detroit Tigers wanted so much. And the last was, of course, their last prospect, number 17 prospect. However, it's 3 prospects for the defending 2-time Cy Young Award winner, of which there were other suitors, and this trade was done with days left in the trade deadline. That alone is just still very unique to me. I'm surprised they didn't get more out of the Dodgers. I'm surprised more teams didn't offer more than the Dodgers. It is absolutely fantastic for the Dodgers. And let's just go over their director of baseball operations and their team president. Let's see what Andrew Freeman had to say about the entire situation.
Whenever there's a star-level player that is available that can really shift championship odds, those are the moments that will be more aggressive.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's why they're the Dodgers. Because they're going to be more aggressive than everybody else. This team has the money, makes the money, and will make the moves to build a winner. You were talking about it earlier. We even had a caller that called in earlier talking about it. A lot of these teams are not for winning. That's what drives me nuts, and I think that's what a lot of these fans need to get in their head. Like, we played a clip earlier talking about it at the Angel game, and in the background of the Angel game, the fans were chanting, "Sell the team, sell the team." In fact, let's go ahead and listen to Wayne Rendazzo, what he said about this trade while the Angel fans are chanting, "Sell the team."
So now that I've said that, take a deep breath, because Mark Feinsand has reported that Tarek Skubal has been traded to the Dodgers. Incredible.
Tells you that Shohei might not be pitching a whole lot here in the end.
It's a foul ball. Yeah, that's probably true. But once again, the Dodgers step up. They get the big fish. And you just wonder, we'll find out here soon what the return was. But why couldn't a team like the Brewers or the Braves or whoever step in and keep the Dodgers? It's just an open market. Anybody can go and get Skubal. This is not about money. This is about trading prospects.
Yeah.
And how could these other teams allow that to happen?
How can these other teams allow that to happen? Indeed. And you know what's funny about that? I'm glad he was saying that, because they were playing against the Brewers. The Brewers are on that field while this is being announced, and the Brewers, I'm sorry, the Brewers should have made this trade. And if that, of course, was Angels TV on Xfinity, I'm just still baffled by it. And I'm more baffled and I'm annoyed by fans right now. Not Dodger fans. Dodger fans are celebrating, as they should. Celebrate it up. I'm annoyed by a lot of baseball fans right now. And even more so, I'm really disappointed in so many people in sports media. Because people in sports media are not, actually, let me take that back. I was going to say they're not stupid. I know a lot of people in sports media. A lot of them are very, very stupid. But they're not stupid enough to think that this is all because of the Dodgers. That's embarrassing. Those takes are lazy and not even worth my time. Major League Baseball has a couple of problems. None of them are the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Dodgers are committed to winning. This fan base should be thrilled. You have one of the few organizations in Major League Baseball that is outrageously committed to winning. Oh, also, they're making a ton of money while they're making this commitment to winning. That's why these other teams that don't go all in, that don't try to make a profit or try to go for these championships, it's so short-sighted. Yeah, they're making money no matter what they do. But look what the Dodgers are spending money to make even more money. The Dodgers have made so much money that the hedge fund that is owning the Dodgers bought the Lakers for $10 billion. Like, I understand that these guys don't want to spend the money. But if they really want to make money, look what the Dodgers are doing.
I mean, if they want to make money in baseball,
fair,
then sure, that's one way to do it. But like the caller said before, and that happens in all sports. That happens in real estate.
Yep,
there are real estate owners that own buildings and apartment complexes that don't upgrade the paint, don't fix the parking lot.
Yep,
don't invest heavily in the property.
And make no mistake, some of these teams, they're the equivalent of slumlords, basically.
Yeah. So and we can obviously dislike it, but I think the difference in sports is that athletes are not viewed as tenants or employees. They're more viewed as millionaires that are also, I guess, whining and or complaining about how much money they're making. But you notice that used to be the narrative, was that athletes were wanting to get paid more, and so you notice how that's gone.
It is.
You notice how they don't say that anymore.
Not quite as much,
right? And so now it has to be more about parity and competitive balance, and wanting to make sure that all teams have a chance, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, if certain ownership groups wanted to make money or make it differently or more in baseball, then sure, they could invest more, try to make more decisions happen. But some owners have a pretty good system set up where they're sharing in the pool of money that gets split up between all the teams.
Yep.
And then they also have an understanding of what their costs are, what their expenses are, what the incomes and revenues are going to be, and they don't want to go beyond a certain point. And if they can win with not going past a certain point, then they'll do it. But I'm not going to spend more than this just to try to win. That's not why I got into this. Some of them got into this because they want to be able to pass this down to their grandkids in 20 years. Some of them got into it literally as an investment because, again, buying and owning a sports team and having the ability to have it grow over, 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I mean, you're talking about billions of worth.
Yep.
And value. And so some of it is just about that as well. It's not always about winning. And so we have to also appreciate that, as whether former athletes or fans or whatever, like, they're not all in to do the same thing. And so when we are trying to have our arguments and state our facts, like, we have to appreciate that they're not coming from the same
exactly like that's the dark side of this, because like we as fans, we like to think that our owners are fans too, when a lot of the owners are not fans at all. They're business people, and this is a business opportunity for them to run a business. Purpose of running business is making money. Well, they're making money without spending it.
Right, but it's part of the concern too with why some, the idea that, whether it's private equity, venture capital, continues to get involved in sports because some of the same aspects of private equity and venture capital getting into other businesses, or, taking over and acquiring a company and then firing a bunch of people and leaning out everything to increase those profit margins and increase that value, so that then you can set it up for another exit or sale in the future. And so there is some concern that there are less sports team owners that are fans. There's less Robert Krafts and Dr. Jerry Buss and folks of that ilk that are owning teams, and more so, private groups that are, they're fans to some degree. They do want to win, but it's largely an investment that's part of a holding of other investments, and they want a certain return on their investment. And that's what smart investors do.
Absolutely. let me give you like even a little more inside baseball and just how these ownerships have actually kind of changed over years. Because we're talking about teams selling for billions upon billions of dollars. Let's talk about, like, earlier this year, the San Diego Padres. The San Diego Padres, according to baseball, is a small market team. Now, we all know San Diego is not a small market, but we do refer to the Padres as a small market team. Well, the Padres sold this year for $4 billion. $4 billion. And I like to use this example a lot. In August of 2010, the Texas Rangers were for sale. And the guy that tried to buy them was Mark Cuban. At the time, obviously, making all his headway as the owner of the Mavericks. Now, Major League Baseball wasn't quiet that they didn't want Mark Cuban owning a team, because he's the type of owner that might come in and kind of buck the system a little bit, maybe spend a little bit too much, and the other owners going like, hey, don't do that. We're all trying not to spend more money. So Mark Cuban didn't get the team, and he did put in about a $500 million assessment to try to buy it. He did not win with that bid. A bid outbid him for about $545 million. Q 9 years later, the Texas Rangers went from one of the best teams in the American League, going to 2 straight World Series, to one of the worst teams in the American League. And they got the city of Arlington to build them a $2.3 billion brand new baseball stadium. And that ownership group, after owning that team, tanking the franchise, and getting a new free stadium, sold the team for $1.9 billion. Bought for $500 million, sold for $1.9 in 7 years. Guys, I don't know what to say other than it's a very good investment to be an owner in baseball, and a lot of these owners could care less of whether they're winning or losing.
I mean, at least privately.
Mm-hmm. They won't say it to the public.
But, publicly, no, it's what some ownership groups, kind of stay out of the way. They're not, at games very much, or they don't sit, in seats where they will be overly exposed to, media and being in the front of the line. Like, they prefer to have a more, passive kind of presence. But yeah, that's largely what investments at this level are about. And even sometimes on an annual basis, there used to be a large conversation around how much money teams were losing per year. Mm-hmm. So using the numbers you just used, $545 million purchased for, sold for $1.9 billion 7 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, my math is not good enough to break that difference down. But let's say, for example, if they were losing $50 million a year over the course of that 7 years running the team, losing 50. So that's a $350 million loss,
mm-hmm.
which would take that total from 545
to about 850.
890.
900.
Right. So $900 million in, $1.9 billion out.
You made $1 billion.
So even if you lost $50 million a year, you still made $1 billion.
Yep.
And so even that narrative, oftentimes sports ownership groups would use. WNBA, NBA, Major League Baseball, football, etc. Losses.
Yep.
And so by getting you to focus on losses, you would lose focus on the franchise value of the team going up that much in 7 or 8 years. And so, again, we don't have to turn people into the devil over these things. It's just when we're having these conversations, though,
mm-hmm.
just keep it in mind. So we're trying to shout each other down over things without really fully understanding what's going on.
Where
sometimes.
the money is and where the money's going. Because people were trying to make that argument to me about the Padres. Well, the Padres had to take out a loan a couple of years ago to make their payroll. Mm-hmm. I know. And they just sold the team for $4 billion. So, thank you for that useless information.
Yeah,
they're doing fine.
That's just a cash flow thing that had really very little to do with the fact that there was no money there. Those are things that teams sometimes will have to do, for cash reasons.
Let's go to Oh the Great. Oh the Great, talk to us. Let us know what you're feeling right now.
What's up? D-Fish and Deck. I didn't think y'all was going to get to me. I thought y'all was going to break. How y'all doing?
Chilling, man. How you doing?
Man, I'm living the dream. What up, chat? All right, so this is my thing, right? Anyone that's hating on the Dodgers for going to get something that they obviously need, you don't know ball, you're stupid. So that's that. I'm really happy the Phillies got something because what Bryce said was correct. They need more help, and I want to see them win, so they need to do that. My thing for calling today, though, I actually got something for D Fish, and I was expecting to do this in the off season, because all we got right now is baseball. D Fish, first off, D Fish, I got to say this, bro, you are always for the players. So excuse what I said last week. I wasn't saying that you weren't for the players, you know what I'm saying, but you were 100% for the players, bro. So I just want you to know that I know that.
I appreciate that, O.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, this is my thing, right? I was listening to old episodes. I'm a huge Dan Levitar fan, right? So I'm listening to old episodes of Dan Levitar with Stu Gotts, and over the weekend, and this was 2012. And Stu Gotts mentioned you, and he said, poor Derek Fisher. This guy has to choose between the Knicks, going back to OKC with KD and Russ, or coaching the Fakers. Bro, did you really – I got two questions. Number one, did you really have an opportunity to coach the L.A.? And do you regret or do you ever rethink, should I have went back to OKC instead of jumping on with the Knickerbockers?
Oh.
That's a great question.
Those are two good questions. And you know what? Those are such good questions, though, that we're going to get to them on the other side of this break, ladies and gentlemen. O's questions. Let's talk a little bit about D. Fish's decision-making process over the years, ladies and gentlemen. Right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we are all reacting to the trade deadline that is currently. Of course, everyone has got an opinion about Tarik Skubal and all the things that the Dodgers have just done and going to continue doing. Of course, we are waiting to hear some more information as the trade deadline comes to an end today, August 3rd at 3 p.m. So that's going to end today while D-Mac and Reiter are live right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. So you don't want to miss a thing all day long. And, of course, all show long. We got some new trade news right now. Brent Suter from the Los Angeles Angels has just been traded over to the Atlanta Braves. Nice pickup by the Braves right there. It looks like the Angels are on full-on sell mode, which we kind of knew they would be. However, we weren't sure how many people they were going to sell and what their actual prices were going to be. We saw Soriano today. There's rumors about Zach Neto to the Dodgers. There's rumors that maybe Joe Adele will be moved. Still nothing about the great Mike Trout, although we always hope to hear that maybe Mike Trout will be saved by someone. However, I'm willing to bet that Mike Trout will not be moved today. But that is another move from the Angels right there, and we'll let you know if we hear anything else from the Los Angeles Dodgers going forward. But D-Fish, we just had a caller. Oh, the Gray gave us a call. And by the way, you guys can give us a call, 855-975-2326. And he had a couple of questions. And one of the questions was, he was talking about listening to Le Batard in like 2011. He was talking about the options you kind of had. And he mentioned that they said that you had the difficult decision of whether or not to coach for the Los Angeles Lakers or go back to the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then he kind of wanted to know your decision process and what made you eventually decide to hang him up to go to the Knicks to do your gig over there. Tell us what was like the thought process. Was there an opportunity for you to coach the Lakers at one point? Because I think you mentioned you might have heard that at one point too. I'm fascinated by this because you've lived such a unique career and how you've gotten there. I can only imagine how crazy that was.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely can continue to dive into it. Moving forward. I know we got a crazy baseball day going down. The Lakers thing, I'll start there. At no point was I aware that I had an opportunity to coach the Lakers at any point. That's news to me, although I have heard
Derek
that
said,
before.
Phil who?
I've heard that previously, and I'm not sure. Yeah, if my name had come up in certain conversations privately, and then folks that were either in those rooms or aware of those private conversations got word of it, but I was never aware I was being considered at any point to coach the Lakers. I do remember, I had, good relationships with, Mitch Kupchak, who was running the team at that time, and we stayed in touch annually. But we never talked specifically about coaching the Lakers. Mm-hmm. I never considered that because it wasn't an option as far as I knew. My only decisions at that time in 2014 were to continue playing basketball, which I had every intention of doing, or starting a coaching journey that I wanted to do, but hadn't necessarily circled 2014 as the year to do it. And so when the conversation came up around having the opportunity to coach the Knicks and work for and with Phil and kind of launch a new aspect of my love and passion for basketball, like it was kind of a no-brainer. I didn't really know enough about the aspects of like, okay, but this is what that means. Like at that time, I'm just thinking we're going to roll our sleeves up. We're going to figure this out together, and that's not how necessarily relationships at that time specifically worked in terms of front office, coach, et cetera. And so in terms of regrets, no, I mean, I learned so much about myself. I learned so much about coaching in the league. The right things and the wrong things in terms of developing relationships with players, the right things around, how to build a team that's trying to reset and rebuild. I mean, we won 17 games in year one. we had already won 24, 25 games the following year halfway through the season. So progress was being made.
Absolutely.
The player development systems, the performance systems that we installed and applied are like those are now commonplace. That was something the Knicks hadn't created prior to our arrival. We helped create that and put those things in. And so, yeah, I don't regret it. Every decision is not supposed to be wildly successful.
Yeah.
You learn just as much by things not working out and failing at times as you do when you win.
Dude, I've only learned from failing. Like that's honestly, as much as I want to sit here and pretend, oh no, I learned this from any success I had. I didn't learn a damn thing. In fact, I actually, if anything, all my successes might have made me worse a little bit. So I'm glad for all the failures I kind of gone through because it's got me to this point at this point. So, but listen, we've been talking everything under the sun today, specifically about the trade deadline and everything that's been taking place, and we are very, very much reacting to the Tarek Skubal of it all. We've been talking about the implications of it all. We've been talking about what this means for the Dodgers. We've been talking about what this means for Major League Baseball. Hell, we've talked about what this means for the upcoming CBA. You've heard what we think, but we want to hear from you, LA, 855-975-2326. Joe and Carson, talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Of course, man.
Good morning. Hey, so I just have a question. They get Skubal. We get Skubal in L.A. Not even probably 24 hours after being traded, shows up during a game dressed in Dodger blue and heads down to the dugout to meet the manager. I'm sure this has happened before. This isn't like an anomaly or something, but what does that say? What do you think that says to the fan base? This is a guy that could have just been like, hey, let me get settled in. Let me go drop my stuff off, see where I'm going to be staying. I'll get to, I'll meet the guys when I can meet the guys. Shows up, giving fist bumps in the dugout during a game. I mean, we're talking about the two-time Cy Young winner. And what do you think that says to the fan base, and what kind of confidence that gives to the fan base about what kind of guy this is going to be for us? What does that say to the team? Like, hey, this guy could have just been like, hey, let me get settled in. But no, shows up during a game, giving fist bumps to the guys, goes and gives his manager a hug. I mean, I think that says a whole lot.
A great question, and I appreciate the call so much, Joe. You are right, and he is right when he says it's not really an outlier. We do see that occasionally happen when a new trade guy shows up in the dugout mid-game. I remember very specifically when Steve Finley was traded here to the Los Angeles Dodgers, and I remember Steve Finley coming into the dugout and giving some hugs to a lot of the guys and all that, but a guy of this caliber showing up, a two-time active Cy Young Award winner, if it tells me one thing, it tells me he is really damn excited to be here. Like he was all smiles when he walked through. The Dodgers were losing, by the way, in this game. I'll go a step further. They were getting their asses kicked in this game. No one cared. No one in that dugout cared. Dave Roberts didn't care. Dave Roberts turned around and hugged him like he just saw his long lost love. Like this guy is going to bring so much to the table, and I'm very excited because we're going to see it for the first time tomorrow night.
The caller's correct, and you're right in terms of it not being an outlier. I think you see it. You see other guys do it, and I think most guys that do it really mean it. But it's when a guy's really special himself, right? And he, he's a guy that kind of changes, everything for organizations. Like they normally carry themselves a little bit differently. It's not that they're not one of the guys, but sometimes it's required to move a little differently in order to like really maintain the sense that you're one of one. And not like you're better than or whatever, but just like the caller said, a few extra hours to just get over the fact that I just got traded, I didn't want to be traded, et cetera, et cetera. Let me get back and get some rest, and then I'll see the guys tomorrow when we fly out to Chicago or whatever. But I do think it gives us a glimpse of Skubal's mindset and how important this transition is going to be for him. I think we're going to have to give him some time, though. It's hard. Yeah, talent travels, but there's still stress and anxiety around this much change, in 48 hours.
Absolutely.
And so as excited as he is, as intentional as he's going to be about blending himself into this new group, we just have to be patient around what his best performances are going to look like in this first kind of several weeks. Like really allow him to settle into being a part of this group, a part of this team, and learning, what type of pitcher he's going to have to be for this team, which is different than the Tigers. He may or may not have to do the exact same things that he did in Detroit in order to help his teams win.
Yeah, no, and also he had a teammate on his team, on Jack Flaherty, who was a Dodger, won a World Series here with the Dodgers in 2024. In fact, my favorite aspect of that 2024 thing was Jack Flaherty was the drunkest guy at the entire parade, and it wasn't even close. He probably told him so many things. I have to assume Scuba was like, "Say, so Jack, tell me, is it really that great over there?" Because I have a feeling Flaherty's like, dude, it's the greatest place ever. Because that's the thing. The Dodgers have a reputation also. Like, not only do they do everything right, players want to play here not only for the Dave Roberts, not only for the money, not only for the weather in the city, but there's also there's an aspect that the Dodgers do just kind of everything right. It's not a country club there, but it definitely seems like there is a vibe that every player would kill to be a part of when it comes to the Los Angeles Dodgers.
And that's the focus, big market, small market, et cetera. Like that's what the focus has to be. In basketball, we've seen it, where Oklahoma City, San Antonio, smaller market teams would use that as a competitive advantage over big market teams that could spend more money. The Dodgers have both. They're a big market team that can spend money, but they've also built an organization of excellence in terms of things off the field. And it's fitting together really well.
Yep. Well, guys, so much to discuss and only another hour to do it. Again, the trade deadline comes to an end today at 3 p.m. And, of course, we want your calls, 855-975-2326. What are your thoughts on Scuba? What are your thoughts on the Dodgers ruining baseball? Or are you more angry about the other 29 teams doing a number on the game of Major League Baseball the way I am? But on the other side, are there concerns about Myles Garrett and maybe a little 3 the hard way? Right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, today is trade deadline day. We are all reacting to all of the moves that are being made. Angels currently, actively, right now, in full-on fire sale mode. They've already moved a few guys already. The most recent move was Brent Suter, just got moved over there to the Atlanta Braves. We saw earlier today that Soriano traded over to the Blue Jays after the Blue Jays traded Kevin Gausman over there to the Chicago Cubs. And, of course, the big trade, the biggest fish of them all, Tarik Skubal to the Los Angeles Dodgers on Saturday night, which has led to just so much speculation, not only about the Dodgers, but about Major League Baseball and Major League Baseball's future. That is the craziness about this Tarik Skubal deal. It has opened up so many conversations. But those of you that are sitting around saying, it's the Dodgers' fault we're going to have a work stoppage, shut up. No, it ain't. We were already going to have a work stoppage. This is just more annoying because now there's more of a rallying cry of blaming the Dodgers, of which the Dodgers have nothing to do with the work stoppage that's coming up, D-Fish.
No, this was years in the making, as most work stoppages are. It doesn't. There's not an individual or acute, situation that creates, work stoppage around collective bargaining agreements. We just saw it with the WNBA as well. You don't. That's not where things happen in one season, or even in 2 or 3 seasons. It's usually, collective bargaining agreements are, it's every 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, and when the last one starts, the thought process around what ownership groups want the next one to look like have already started.
Yes,
and some things do increase in their emphasis over the course of that time, but largely, ownership groups, leagues, and there's always been a salary cap desire in Major League Baseball. It's why the long work stoppage in 1994 exists.
Yep. And it's exactly why,
the players were not willing to bend or break, and so that's why there's no salary cap in baseball as we speak today. And so that's always what it's going to come down to, is can the players stomach the loss of a season to maintain the idea that Major League Baseball is the only major sport without a salary cap in place.
Yeah.
And the league is going to use the fact that it is the only sport without a salary cap in place as a reason why a salary cap is needed and or required, because all of these other sports that people love and support have salary caps, so why can't we?
Yeah, and why can't we? It's because the players' union is still a little more powerful. Hopefully they can maintain that power going forward. But we do have some breaking news. The Los Angeles Dodgers have made another trade, and God, I hate it. They're ruining baseball again by making these trades. They bring back catcher Ben Rortvedt. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been saying it for weeks. Bring him back.
At least a month, 4 weeks you've been saying
At least we'll have him until Will Smith is back. But hey, Ben Rortvedt, even though he is just a run-of-the-mill backup catcher, he is a defensive specialist who has caught this pitching staff for a prolonged amount of time. So this is a great pickup. But here's the thing. I will admit, the fact that it's happening right now makes me wonder, is Will Smith not as ready to return as we thought? We will see, because Dalton Rushing, of course, getting the majority of the catching reps back there. But Ben Rortvedt, a very good pickup, a guy where the pitching staff has a great ERA pitching to. So great job. I've been calling for that one for weeks. Let's get over to the phones. Mitch in L.A., talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
Good show, Cody, Derek.
Thank you.
So, Mitch.
Ross, how you guys doing? Great trade. We caught the big one, the big fish. I don't think we gave up a lot.
That's right, Ben Rortvedt. We did not give out ton for Ben. We did it. We got the big fish,
That's
baby.
Right. The best guy is Hope, and he's Ryan, 27 years old, and he only has had a cup of coffee. Yeah. So we got over. But the main thing, and I'm worried about this, we have to sign him long term. I want the Skubal, but not as a rental.
No, I get that. No, here's the thing, and you're not wrong. And D-Fish, he's not wrong about that at all. As of right now, Skubal is a rental. And if he stays healthy and does what we expect him to do in L.A., he's already going to command a hugely high price this offseason. Whether the Dodgers open up the pocketbook to get him as well, there is a lot of money already kind of put in to the starting rotation. I could understand the Dodgers not wanting to go full in for another $200 million pitcher deal.
Yeah, I don't see a scenario where they would make the trade and not view themselves being prepared to get into those negotiations and what it's going to take to retain Skubal in the offseason. But I think they're going to, based on at least what we can tell, they're going to have to wait to see what system exists, right? They're like one of the things that could exist, even if this is what we have to keep in mind with collective bargaining agreements. Even when neither side gets exactly what they want, usually some things are given up. And so let's say there's no salary cap after the lockout or work stoppage or whatever, but we want shortened contracts though. That was one of the things that we saw on the basketball side. No more 7-year deals, 8-year deals, max 5 and 4. Then it went maybe from 4 to 3. So that ownership groups that do want to be more aggressive aren't stuck with bad deals once players start to perform or slide down the back of their careers. So you could see a scenario where right now Tarik Skubal could sign for 8 years, $280 million.
Yeah.
Coming out of this next collective bargaining agreement, the longest contract could be 6 years. So then, it maybe it changes the per year number he makes, but it shortens the length of time. But that also then brings other teams back into the conversation.
Yes, it does.
Because now those other teams won't have to compete with the Dodgers or any other organization being able to say, okay, we'll pay Tarik Skubal 10 years, $300 million, and we'll defer 280 of it. It's like, no, the max you can do is 6 years. And so other teams will be more incentivized to go out and be aggressive in free agency because they won't be stuck beyond 6 years. Most of the time when players sign a 6-year deal, they don't necessarily play all 6 years in that same place. They play 3 or 4, and then
they get moved or something.
They get moved on, or there's a contract extension after year 4 before they get to the last 2 years if they're still performing well. So these are all things to keep in mind with retaining Skubal in the offseason, what the length of the contract can be, and what some of the other mechanisms that will be in place that aren't currently in place now will play a role in those decisions.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And by the way, Tarik Skubal will be making his Dodger debut tomorrow night in Chicago at Wrigley Field. So at least he gets a little bit of that Midwest air that he's already gotten quite used to right out the gate. Of course, tonight the Dodgers are throwing out Justin Robleski. So we're going lefty and lefty. And by the way, this is not, I've mentioned this in the past. Oh man, if we go and get Skubal, that's going to make this a really left-handed pitching staff. That does moderately concern me. I want to say that again, though. Moderately. Any other team that's got a hefty lefty starting pitching staff would be a field day for a lot of right-handed hitters. But this lefty staff has Tarik Skubal, Blake Snell, and Justin Robleski. So it's not like you're getting a run-of-the-mill lefty in any of them. You're getting Cy Young Award winner, All-Star, 2-time Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah, I mean, you know better than I on the, like, I feel like it's so much more talked about when it's, left-handed batters having to face left-handed pitchers. But we don't talk as much about the fact that right-handed batters face right-handed pitchers all the time.
All the time. But to be fair, we're very used to it. It's just because there's so fewer left-handed hitters. It's not left-handed pitchers, I should say. It's not as normal as a viewpoint from them. So, and now more lefties are throwing at more of a different arm angle. So it almost to a left-handed hitter looks like the guy's throwing from behind you.
Right. And so, having another left-hand pitcher does, it matters to some degree. But when the pitcher is as gifted as Skubal is, I'm not sure how much it does matter. Like
I don't think it does.
The ERA, the WHIP, the strikeout, like it all still is what it is.
And also, can you imagine how do I put it? How excited he is, but also how motivated he is right now. Like, this is a chance for a 2-time Cy Young Award winner to win a World Series. You better believe he is motivated to do it.
He still has a big free agent offseason coming up, too.
And he's got a big free agents offseason coming up. So much to discuss, guys. Dodgers got their man, and everybody in baseball is pissed. But should they be? Do they even have a right to be? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And, of course, get in the chat right now on YouTube because the chat's been live all show long. A lot of people. We see Robert Wallace in there. We see Joanna in Arizona in there. We've had the Great not only in the chat but giving us a call today as well. We welcome all of our listeners, and we thank you guys for joining us yet again here. And, of course, take us on the go with the Odyssey app anywhere you go. D-Fish, we are reacting to everything in Major League Baseball right now. I understand we are fans. I'm a Raider fan. I always pick on the Chargers. They're better than my team, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to try to pick on the Chargers as a fan. But it doesn't mean I can't recognize that this team is good. The Chargers are really good, and they're going to have a probably pretty damn good season. The Dodgers are incredible. They also run their organization incredible, and they also have money that they're willing to spend to boot. This is how every organization should be. So I got a question for you, D-Fish. Is everyone's hatred of this Tarek Skubal news that the Dodgers went ahead and made the trade that, I want to stress this enough, everyone could have made, less about the Dodgers ruining baseball and maybe more about they're just tired of their own fan bases, of their own organizations not doing anything, and they just need to blame somebody?
No, I think this is just more about the perception that the Dodgers are ruining baseball. I don't know if there's enough space for them to be upset about their own team's situation and then have room to then also then say, okay, I'm going to blame the Dodgers for my own team's misery. I just think it's part of the narrative that exists. It's the easiest one to kind of connect to.
It's lazy, though.
Yeah, it is, but it's not. I'll say it's not lazy. When you're, it's not an easy time for a lot of people in our country, in the world.
No, it's not.
And so when you're trying to figure out gas prices, grocery prices, maintaining a job, affording your rent, your car just broke down, you have jury duty, like all the things that everybody's going through on a daily basis. I don't have time to get into the nuances of what I just heard on the news or some flash I just saw go across the screen. Only thing I have time to absorb is the top information. It's why media is consumed the way it is. It's why the hustle so hard for the headline.
And that's what it is.
Because there's an understanding that nobody's going to spend time on anything else.
Which drives me nuts, because you're right. The media is consumed via only headline. People will read a headline and maybe get a paragraph into the story rather than getting the nitty-gritty of the story. Because right now, the headline, the Dodgers get richer. Yeah, that is the headline. But the nuance is the Dodgers made a trade that everyone in baseball could have easily made. And I'm not the only one that says that. Let's hear what Dave Roberts had to say. Did the Dodgers make some magical trade, or did anyone else have the same opportunity?
Yeah, it just seems like there's always blowback with us. People are passionate. We feel good about it. There's nothing that we did that no one else couldn't have done. I just laud our front office. We have to have the players to be able to pull something like this off. And, we still got, arguably one of the top one or two or three farm systems in baseball, a day later. So it's a credit to a lot of people in this organization.
It's just unbelievable. And he's right. The Dodgers still have arguably one of the best farm systems in the game. They still, after this trade, have seven players in Major League Baseball's top 100 prospect list. And on this trade, to get the defending two-time Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal, to acquire him, they gave up none of their top four prospects. Now, they did give up one guy that is a dude. Zaire Hope is a dude. He is in Double-A right now. He's hitting .293. He's got 23 home runs right now, 87 RBIs in the Texas League. Now, those of you that don't understand what the Texas League is, there's an old baseball phrase that you sometimes hear when somebody hits a ball and it just lands oh, the old Texas Leaguer. The Texas Leaguer is a type of hit. It's like a dying quail. It's a ball that just lands off the end of your bat over the second baseman's head in what they got. The Texas Leaguer is a ball that's called that because the Texas Leaguer, you need those because the ball doesn't fly in the Texas League. You need the Texas Leaguer to save your stats. That's what the Texas Leaguer's for. This guy doesn't need any Texas Leaguers. He's got 23 home runs in the Texas League right now. It's still 2 months to go. So I will say Zaire Hope is a great pickup for the Detroit Tigers. They also got River Ryan. He's ranked as the 10th best pitcher prospect in the Dodgers organization. He got a cup of coffee 2 years ago, immediately sadly got hurt, and he's been kind of rehabbing, getting himself back up to speed. He is looking good again. He's got a 1.33 ERA so far in 4 starts right now before he got his Tommy John surgery. So we've seen what River Ryan could do, so that might be a good pickup as well, and he is major league ready. And then Brady Smith, right-handed pitcher, number 17th prospect on Major League Baseball pipeline, 21 years old. He's got a high-ranking fastball, but at the end of the day, the Dodgers made a trade for the biggest fish out there, and it didn't even require any of their top prospects to get him. The fact that no one else, at the very least, matched this trade is absolutely crazy to me. Also, the fact that this trade got done on Saturday night with days left in the trade deadline, where everyone and their cousin was saying they wanted Tarek Skubal, and everyone firmly agreed that some of these teams need Tarek Skubal to beat the damn Dodgers to allow the Dodgers to go get him. I think it's GM malpractice at this point for some of these GMs.
Yeah, only if, I mean, yeah, there's a lot that I try not to believe that folks that, do this for a living would intentionally not try to do it right.
I'd like to believe that too.
I think there have to be reasons why, the Tigers chose this deal over other deals. They were presented with other deals. So maybe they liked Hope. They liked, what the Dodgers were offering more than than we believe. And I think, if it was clear the Tigers were not going to re-sign Skubal in free agency this offseason, which then gives you an indication that nobody's getting re-signed in Detroit for big numbers in free agency. If Skubal can't get retained and paid, what his value would be in free agency, nobody probably will. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is, from that perspective, teams that operate that way, judgment or not, you're not going to bring players in that ultimately will end up demanding $200, $300 million in free agency, because you're not going to pay it. So, yes, you're going to get some great prospects. Zaire Hope is one of those great prospects. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if I want the number one prospect in minor league baseball, because I'm going to then too soon have to have a free agent conversation that I do not want to have.
Possibly.
So there's chess being played, not checkers, and so it's you just have to keep all those things in mind. Teams know which players are represented by which agents or agencies, and there's so many different levers that are being considered. And the biggest one is also, is this what everybody in baseball wanted? Like the collective bargaining agreement, the looming conversations around the salary cap need that the league is pushing. All the teams are on the same page about that.
They really are.
So in order to further that agenda, this is also something that you just do, right? Like it's, if the Dodgers are going to win the World Series anyway, let's keep that narrative going. Mm-hmm. It'll help us kind of with the bigger picture that we want to move towards. And this helps everybody. I don't know. To your point, the Brewers or the Phillies or these other teams, could they have offered 6 prospects and gotten Skubal? Probably.
Maybe.
But if you do that and then you can't retain him in the offseason, Now what did you do?
You lost a lot to get him. And I'll give you an example. Like, I'll use the Milwaukee Brewers as an example. They made a big trade a couple years back to get CC Sabathia. And I loved the trade so much. They got him from Cleveland. He shows up. He dominates for that team to the point where some part of me thought maybe they're going to do it. Maybe for once the Brewers will spend money and keep CC Sabathia, because the moment CC got in that pitching staff, the Brewers went from a playoff contender to a World Series contender like that. And they almost got to the World Series. They didn't, but they almost got there. Led to CC instead signing his big deal with the Yankees. And I'll always remember going like, man, just the Brewers could have just opened up the pocketbook on one player and it changed everything. And they didn't do it. And we live in this landscape where we keep seeing this happen. Now the Dodgers are currently the Yankees of old. Now the Yankees spend money too, but I'm getting really annoyed and tired of this pay discrepancy that everybody's saying. The Dodgers are spending too much money. They're with all in, including their deferred money, including their taxes that they have to pay, and the luxury tax penalties they have to pay. They pay 15% higher than the second highest paying team, which is the Mets. Now, yeah, that's a lot of money. The Dodgers do have the highest payroll. But that discrepancy is 15%. In 2005, the Yankees were spending 70% higher than the nearest number 2 team. That was 2005, and no one was calling for it back then. The Red Sox just won their first World Series. They took down the evil Empire Yankees. The year before that, the Marlins took down the evil Empire Yankees. In 2005, the Yankees weren't even in it, and they had the highest payroll by over 70% of the next guy. The Chicago White Sox won it that year. In fact, the Yankees didn't win it again until 2009. So I'm getting real exhausted by the whole money buys you everything thing. It's just such a lazy argument. The Dodgers develop, they scout. Oh, and we just learned on Saturday, they trade better than all of you idiots. This is exhausting. It's exhausting for you guys to say we must change the system because one team playing by the same rules as us is so much better at it than we are. How about get better at the system that's very available for all of you to play in?
Yeah, that's only if you want to operate in that system, though.
They don't.
That's like that.
They can make more money in a different system.
Yeah, that's what it really comes down to. And that we've seen it before. Like it's not, it's not new. I think, collective bargaining agreements are just about evening out the distributions and allowing it to be. You don't want members of the club to have more opportunity than you do to have access to certain things. And so if we're in the same club, I paid to be a member of this club, you paid to be a member of this club, you shouldn't be able to park your car in the front and I can't park my car in the front.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to bring your kids if I can't bring my kids. Like they want some of the same assurances that as members of this elite club, we're going to be able to enjoy the same things. Like you shouldn't be able to just go and do things that I, can't do. But that's not also how it works. It's you can't legislate success and winning.
They try to.
You can create what feels like more parity, etc. But we see it in I think football is probably the best example because they've had a hard salary cap for years, non-guaranteed contracts, etc.
Yep.
But 32 teams are not winning the Super Bowl.
That is true. And why is it that the same teams are often always bad? That's a salary cap system. That is a system that is supposedly for parity. The NBA, same thing. The same teams are always bad. How is that? How is that the case in this system that you guaranteed is legislating parity?
Yeah, that's for another show.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's for another show.
You want to do an extra hour after the show?
We got time.
Want to tape it in the studio?
We got time.
That's a different contract too. So it's but those nuances and jokingly and seriously, like all of those things that you start to get into that detail, like that's not like fans don't have time for that, man.
Mm-hmm.
and rightfully so they don't. Like, they're trying to figure out how to, get the money that it takes to get a ticket to go to the game or to take their kids out to the ballpark or to the stadium, et cetera. And even that, that gets blamed on, increasing player salary, is somehow have something to do with ticket prices going up. When it's like everything in America has gone up.
Everything.
So ticket prices are not, an acute reaction to player salary increase. Like, that's just part of, certain type of businesses. It's more expensive to go to the movies. It's more expensive to get a gallon of milk. It's more expensive for everything. But that's what private business is about, largely. Like, it's about making money. It's about increasing profit margins. And sports are private businesses that are supported by public people. And so, you're not going to always get exactly what you want. But this idea that, like, one team is making it impossible for other teams to be successful, that's what I disagree with. It'll never look the same as the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Celtics or the whatever. Like, it doesn't have to look the same, but you can still be successful. You can still win at the highest levels. I would argue, regardless of the system. It's about the people that you hire and how you develop and the way you train. And, the Rams hired a 30-year-old head coach. How many NFL teams took that risk?
Not a lot. A few did after the fact, but that was the first one through the wall.
Right. And so, so it's not just, let's put a system in place that'll guarantee that my team has a chance to win the World Series while right now we don't. That's not the case. Everybody's not Dave Roberts. Everybody's not Andrew Friedman.
Completely.
Everybody's not. It's the people in the building. And so regardless of the system, it's about the people.
Completely agree, guys. D. Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And we want to hear from you, 855-975-2326. What is your excitement level on the Tarek Skubal deal? Do you think everyone is overreacting like crazy right now about the Dodgers, who pulled off a very, very realistic trade? Let's go to Andrew Freeman and hear what he had to say about the Dodgers' mentality at the trade deadline.
Whenever there's a star-level player that is available that can really shift championship odds, those are the moments that we'll be more aggressive.
Wouldn't it be great if we heard every GM say that? Just, yes, we're going to be more aggressive. This is a commitment to victory, and I love that. And what's great about it, we've been discussing this. Like, some teams are committed to winning because they themselves are fans themselves and they want to win. Others are committed to making money. You know what really bothers me? Not all the time those two roads converge into the same place. But for the Dodgers, making money and winning absolutely are on the exact same road with each other. And I wish other teams would get on that same exact board.
Yes, it's tough, especially when you're not accustomed to operating that way either. Mm-hmm. I think that's also part of the difficulty is winning, literally requires you to hang out on the edge, take the risk failing badly and being embarrassed and questioned
like the Mets
and criticized.
The Mets are doing that. Exactly that right now. But you know what? At least they tried.
Yeah. And so to get that far out on the edge from when you're accustomed to operating from safety and protection and, I'm going to stay over here and make sure that, we're good. That's a big leap. And so, it takes an ownership group or an individual owner to really say, hey, we're, and I'll add this. I'd also argue that a lot of ownership groups have given permission for teams to win. The question is, who did they hire? Right? Like if I own the team and I hire Sean McVay or I hire Dave Roberts or I hire whoever, that all makes a difference. And so, because I would argue that there are other managers in baseball that wouldn't get the same results from the same Dodgers roster. So that also gives you an indication of like, yeah, there are a lot of owners that if you put a microphone in front of them right now, they'll tell you like, no, there's nobody around here saying we shouldn't be going for winning. But okay, who's running baseball? Okay, now who is that person hiring to make baseball decisions?
Yes.
Who are they hiring to manage the team? Who's in the scouting department? Who's developing players? You know, who's in the analytics and data space?
How bare is the cupboard?
Yeah, but not just people. There's a lot of hiring decisions made around relationship trees. That doesn't always necessarily mean these are the people that are best set for elevating the organization. I trust you. There's a loyalty there, but I may not be the person best suited for the job to get us to where we're trying to go. And there are a lot of teams that operate in that way as well.
Interesting. No, like there is no one right way to do it. I just think the Dodgers have an absolute right way that they're doing it, and not enough people are doing it. And instead of trying to copy it, everyone's just complaining that they have some sort of unfair advantage that they simply do not have. Yeah. So we will get into it and so much more. By the way, baseball coverage here on the new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA Sports is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Coming up, the Dodgers so far, they have traded out 4. They have gotten in 2. Are they done? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, our phone number, 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you guys all show long. Our callers have been fantastic, too, because here's the deal. Everyone is reacting to the Tarek Skubal trade. And that's not the only trade the Dodgers have made, by the way. They made another trade this morning, a trade I've been calling for weeks. Is it the biggest impact trade? No, but does it make the Dodgers better? Yes, Ben Rortvedt, who they just picked up from the New York Mets. He was stuck in AAA over there. This is a catcher that the Dodgers have had in a backup role multiple times over the last couple of years. In fact, fun fact, this is actually from Jason Stark over there on Twitter. Great writer, Jason Stark. This is the third time in 368 days that the Dodgers have acquired catcher Ben Rortvedt. So congratulations, Ben. Welcome home for the third time back with the Los Angeles Dodgers. But of course, we already mentioned Tarek Skubal going for 3 prospects, none of which were the Dodgers' top prospects, which is astonishing. Now, Zaire Hope, who everybody agrees is a stud and is going to be a stud, he goes ahead and he's traded over there along with River Ryan and Brady Smith. Chase McDermott traded over there to the New York Mets to get their hands on Ben Rortvedt. So right now, the Dodgers got Ben Rortvedt and, of course, the great Tarek Skubal thus far. Trade deadline ends today at 3 p.m. Pacific time, so make sure you stay right here on The Fan LA all day long for any other updates. You'll be hearing it on Brock and Alex, and then, of course, the trade deadline comes to an end while D-Mac and Reiter are live right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. The question is, D-Fish, are the Dodgers done? And it seems they might not be, because Jeff Passan, good friend of the show, is reporting that they are after Zachary Neto out of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Interesting move, considering the fact he's a young shortstop, which leads to implications of what the Dodgers will have to do outside of that. They might have to move, they'll have to move Mookie Betts to second base, possibly to the outfield. And if that's the case, where in the outfield does he go? The chat has been live all show long, and I would love to bring on Crash real quick. Crash, talk to us. What have we been getting on the chat so far in today's show?
Yep, as you guys know, today is the trade deadline, and people are commenting not only that they're excited about the new pickups for the Dodgers, but they're name-dropping a few players they think could still be suitable, and I want to say them to you. Josh Rankin thinks that Adley Rutschman was going to be available. He was the Baltimore Orioles catcher.
He was. He is still technically available, and the Dodgers were linked to him, but the Dodgers decided to go with the Ben Rortvedt of it all, which means I don't think they're going to move on from Dalton Rushing. So I do not see Adley Rutschman coming to Los Angeles, but I could see him getting dealt.
Yeah, they also mentioned the catcher from the Washington Nationals, Keibert Ruiz, I think is his name.
Ruiz, another
Wayne
name,
Mulholland and Daniel Arriola were talking about him in the chat. But Daniel Arriola also said that he feels like the Dodgers will trade Lauer. Is that someone that we could actually get some good return on, Cody?
You know what's funny? I think the Dodgers are going to have no choice but to trade Eric Lauer. That's the problem. We're running out of literal space on the roster.
I thought he was going to be an add-on in the Skubal trade.
So did I.
I thought it was a perfect add-on.
Him or Sheehan. I thought Sheehan was as good as gone. And by the way, the trade deadline's still another 6 hours to go. It could happen, but it's going to turn into a thing. The Dodgers are going to have to eventually release Eric Lauer with everybody coming back. At some point, you just added Tarek Skubal. You're about to get back Blake Snell. You're likely going to get back Tyler Glasnow at some point. That's 3 new additions to the roster, all of which pitchers. People need to be moved. Now, Sheehan might move to the pen. Hell, Eric Lauer might move to the pen. It's just a matter of what. It's a good problem for the Dodgers to have, to say the least. Might be a slightly dodgier problem for an Eric Lauer.
Yeah, for sure.
Of which I do not. Of which I don't wish technically on him. Any other good comments there, Crash?
We were talking about when DeAndre Hopkins was on. I think someone said "down with D-Hop." I think that was the quote.
That makes sense.
I know you guys were big proponents, but what do you think about "down with D-Hop"? Is that fair?
D-Hop has had some issues over the years. There was the steroid suspension that kind of threw a lot of cold water on his stardom for a while there. There were a couple of trades. There was that one trade that with Houston that was kind of ugly in Arizona. So it is almost like so much of his stardom was mired by controversy. And then by the time he got over there to Baltimore, it was over. So now he's got that Georgia Tech job. He wants to play. If he's willing to take that role, D-Fish, I mean, D-Hop still's got some skills that can absolutely apply to the football field.
Yeah, I think, veteran guys, especially guys at the level of DeAndre Hopkins, I don't think there's ever questions about skill. I think it's more about, does it fit the locker room? Does it allow for, the vibes around the team to, to be what they are or what they aspire for it to be. That's more the question, I think, when it comes to veteran guys. And also, for the Rams, are there young receivers behind Nakua and Adams that you want to get some looks at, that can be tricky if you bring in a veteran guy as accomplished as D-Hop and you're trying to get a look at a young receiver that can handle some responsibilities. If, we don't reach an agreement with Nakua before the season starts, so he goes into the season and then goes into free agency and goes somewhere else. Now what? You just wasted a whole season not getting a look at a young receiver that you need to be ready for next year. So there's a lot that goes into it, but you can also catch a veteran guy like Hop just only, locked in on winning, and that's all he cares about. And he also could be a good teacher and mentor for those young guys that are just talked about.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. By the way, we got some more breaking news on the baseball side. We mentioned that Joe Adell might be on the run. Well, guess what? He is officially being moved to the Cleveland Guardians. That's another Angel no longer here in the Southland. That is the third one they've dealt this morning.
You know what? Good for the Angels,
Good
because
too.
we make fun of them for what they didn't do with Ohtani, of course, a few years ago. Tear the whole damn thing down. You
Couldn't agree
stink.
more.
You might as well tear it down, get cheaper, get some prospects that can come up and, not make a lot of money, and maybe you'll land a couple, but good for them.
Good for them, indeed. I agree. They've already moved Soriano. They're now moving Joe Adell. The news is they're probably going to end up moving Neto. And listen, I know the name we're all looking at. It's a name I'm looking at. It's a name I'm hoping to hear. We're not going to hear it, but I want to hear it. Until I hear the word Mike Trout, I really don't want to hear the word Angels again for the rest of the day. I understand that Detmers is going to help a team win. Great. I hope he does. I hope Detmers has an opportunity to win a World Series ring this year. You know who I'd like to see more have an opportunity to win a World Series ring? Mike Trout. For the love of God, can someone get into Mike Trout's office and be like, Mike, please, what would it take to just move you anywhere? Just anywhere. We need prospects. This team needs to sell.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. If you have a sense that you're gonna sell the team and someone's looking to buy the team, Mike Trout would probably be an intriguing player to still have on the roster.
True, because he does drive a lot of merch and he's a legendary name of the franchise.
If you completely empty it out, there's no way you're selling the team at any premium price at all.
Mm-hmm.
It just goes straight to the bottom. My other thought is, he just doesn't want to be traded.
I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, there's no way this has not come up.
Oh, it's come up. It's come up. He has a no trade clause, and he could waive it if he wanted to. But the guy's in his late 30s now. I can understand him not wanting to wait. I get it. I understand the Mike Trout situation. I hate it. I hate it so much. I want to see the guy play in October. I've seen this guy play in one consequential game in his entire career, and it was in the WBC when he lost in the finals to Japan. That's it. That's all I've seen the guy play of consequential baseball.
Okay, so my question is, why doesn't he want to do that more?
I simply do not have that answer. I could speculate. It could be the family aspect of it all. It could be the comfort aspect of it all. I'm sure there's a litany of reasons why he doesn't want to leave the Orange County area. But go to Philly. You're from Philly, and Philly right now is a booming sports town at this exact moment with everything going on. Now the Phillies made a really good trade earlier today for Luis Ariz.
Yeah, maybe it is the family aspect of it. That he has no intentions of moving, and that's to be respected, commendable. There's no judgment in that at all.
None at all.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Why? Like, I believe if he wanted the opportunity, it would have happened.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why he doesn't want the opportunity.
There has to be a reason that we just simply don't know. But you know what's funny? When the Angels were looking to get sold about a year ago, they put it out there. They were going to sell, and then Artie Moreno kind of like pulled it back last second. There was so much speculation about the team. If you were to own the Angels, what would you do first? Because I know what I would do first. I would look for a different location. That's not a knock on Orange County. I just feel like the Angels should move somewhere else, if not just in Orange County, maybe to another spot in Orange County, maybe somewhere closer to the water or something. There was a talk a couple years ago about moving the team to Long Beach, like downtown Long Beach. I have been obsessed with that idea ever since. I have thought, man, you could actually call them the Los Angeles Angels all of a sudden again, because they'd be in LA County. And downtown Long Beach, like, it would be a completely different type of view as far as a stadium goes. Like, I think that would be awesome. But listen, I am also aware that a huge fan base in Orange County that deserves better than what they've received for the past 22 years, man.
Yeah, I would start with something baseball related,
probably
of some sort.
Trade Trout.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to start somewhere with, like, because I think regardless of where you go in SoCal, if you're not winning and competing at a high enough level, it's hard to generate the excitement, the revenue, the interest level that allows you to then go out and continue to invest. And so I think starting from a baseball perspective of, hopefully conversations with ownership around, do we have permission to just go get it? Like, can we go out and make the decisions we need to make to win baseball games? Assuming that's a yes, then you get to work. Assuming that's a no, then I'm
gonna buy a different team. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Our last break of the day. On the other side, more trade deadline, previewing the Dodgers and the Cubs. Scoob going to make his major league debut in blue tomorrow. We're going to discuss that. But tonight, Justin Robleski getting his start. So much to discuss, and only one more segment right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, the legendary Derek Fisher, myself, Cody Decker, and all of you, of course, all of the people in the back making us look and sound fantastic, and the chat has been wild from get-go. Ladies and gentlemen, at The Fan LA, thank you for everybody joining us all show long and being a part of this show today, because the trade deadline is coming to an end in roughly 5 hours here in Los Angeles, California. And of course, we've already had so many moves. We just mentioned the Angels making another move, Joe Adell to the Cleveland Guardians, and of course the Dodgers and all of the moves they've made so far. Ben Rortvat rejoining this team for the third time in the calendar year. So welcome back home for the third time, Ben Rortvat, backup catcher that they just picked up from the Mets. And of course, the big news of the day. Not just kind of news. It has been both elation on social media and absolute Armageddon-style doom and gloom on social media. And this is the thing. I'm tired of it. I know Dave Roberts is tired of it. And I have to assume a lot of baseball fans are actually tired of this narrative that the Dodgers are somehow ruining baseball. I think that is the laziest, dumbass thing anyone can actually say out loud, because I don't know if any of you know this, and I know ratings is not the end-all be-all, but Major League Baseball's ratings have been up multiple points. Attendance is up. TV deals up. Money up. Viewership up. Social media hits up. So Major League Baseball is actually thriving in every actual metric, except that the Dodgers are winning. That's the one metric where apparently baseball isn't thriving, and it seems to be pissing people off. You know, stupid people.
I mean, you know, every market, you know, has its reasons why. Like if you're responsible for how a team is doing, you know, in a particular market, like you're not going to just step out there and say this is all my fault.
No, you're not.
Right? So how else do you get people to focus on something else? Right? And that's, you know, that's what happens in these situations. And so, you know, teams, you know, league, et cetera, like it's not, you know, you're not going to stand out there and say, hey, you know, the reason why the Reds aren't as successful or you know, the Pirates aren't as successful is because, you know, we're not making good baseball decisions, or we're not investing in our farm system, or, you know, we didn't hire the right manager, or we don't want to win. Like you're not going to come out and say that, because then fans don't show up to the game. You know, people don't buy tickets. People don't pay for parking. Like you still have to give off the energy that you're trying to win. And so the easier thing to do is to say Dodgers, 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 and then it just gets people to lose focus on anything else.
It really does. And it's amazing because here are the numbers, those of you who are wondering. This is how much the Dodgers are ruining baseball. TV viewership is up on every single channel that it's on. Let's see, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball viewership last year, before they even got rid of Sunday Night Baseball, well, amazing. They were experiencing a 20% surge. The other ESPN games also experiencing currently a surge. The midweek TBS telecast games, those have gone up. The MLB TV numbers, those surpassed 14.5 billion minutes viewed last season, and they've gone up this year. Not to mention, on top of that, Major League Baseball is currently in the midst of a 3-year attendance growth. Each year, they've outnumbered the attendance of the previous year, and this year is looking to actually top that, which is very frustrating that people are saying that somehow the finances aren't making anybody money, because all of the numbers are trending upward. Oh, and by the way, there is one massive thing that has not been mentioned in any of the CBA arguments about Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball signed a new TV deal this year. That TV deal is set to expire in 3 years. Now, that is a very short-term TV deal. That was also very much on purpose. That short-term three-year deal was set up perfectly and purposely to expire right after the new CBA gets kicked in gear. Why did that happen? Because the next one's going to be worth billions, as we see by the TV numbers and the soaring numbers from each one of these platforms. Fox, ESPN, TBS, now NBC is in on it, now Netflix is in on it. All of these companies, all the viewerships are trending up. This next TV deal, which will be in 2.5 years, will be worth billions. Wouldn't it be just lovely if the league was salary capped before a brand new TV deal, D-Fish?
Yes, it would be lovely.
That'd be real lovely, wouldn't it be? If I was a billionaire owner, it's what I would want.
Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. And yeah, you can't be upset about it. Like it's they own the businesses.
They do.
And so, but it's why then when we have our feelings about players and contracts and why they shouldn't take less money, this is what we're referring to. Like all of these moves that are being made to put more money in their pockets, which as owners of the business, totally fine. But then if you're an employee of a business and you're helping to generate that value at such a significant level, then no, you shouldn't just take less money to go and do the job that is like Shohei Ohtani is not supposed to take less money because he's the one that people are actually paying to watch.
But I thought Bryce Harper should take a pay cut for them to make a trade.
No, that's not like no.
So stupid.
You have a shorter window of opportunity to make said money, whereas as the owner of the business, like you have. It used to be a lifetime. It's not how it exists anymore as much. Teams are being acquired and then sold within shorter periods of time. But yeah, no, it's that you're right about the timing of the TV rights deal currently expiring at a point where the new CBA is kicking off. And so it increases the margins of profit more on the league and ownership side.
Yeah, it really does. And listen, it is a nuanced conversation. And that's why, it requires an outrageous amount of nuance, and it requires an outrageous amount of information, because the more fans hear that the Dodgers are ruining all of this because they have so much money, the more they weirdly believe it, because they just don't do the research to do it. Dodger fans do a lot. I think the majority of Dodger fans are well aware of what's happening, and I think there's a reason they're well aware of what's happening, because we remember when it wasn't this. I remember when it wasn't this. I remember being a Dodger fan in college and high school and having to deal with the McCourts. There was nothing in the world worse than the McCourt family running the Dodgers. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. A team that actually was broke was the McCourt-owned Dodgers. Thank God that those days are gone. But that was during a run where the Yankees actually had a pay discrepancy that was different in the league. 70% of their payroll was higher than everyone else. That's crazy. The Dodgers are 15% everyone else right now. That is not even the pay discrepancy that we were dealing with 22 years ago.
Yeah, the nuance is, it's deep. And so, and some of it is like, whose battle is it to fight? It's the player's battle. We're obviously, as former athletes in our respective sports, we have a certain lens and perspective that
yes, we do.
We approach these conversations with. We want fans and people that are listening and hanging out with us to kind of, at least hear a little bit more than just the headline or just, the top line item. But there's a recognition there's only so much of that we can get into and expect people to be able to absorb, no matter how long they're stuck in traffic. Like,
I'm going to get them, dude. I'm telling you, if there's one thing I'm going to make sure everybody in LA is aware of and notified of and truly capable of having the nuanced conversation, it is going to be the fans here in LA. I'm going to make sure we know everything that's being happened, because we're being used out here as the bad guy. And we ain't the bad guy. We just ain't. Major League Baseball's got a lot of bad guys. I don't think the Dodgers on the list.
But it fits, though.
It does.
It's
a narrative.
Yeah, and I think winning dynasties help to create that narrative, like that villain energy. Mm-hmm. People, because eventually, like, people want to see. They like seeing you go up. They like seeing the ride. They like seeing the celebrations and everything.
Yeah.
And then once you get up there for just enough time, Now it's time to
On
tear
to the
you
next
back down.
thing. Yeah, and by the way, people are going to celebrate the tear down like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Dodgers get to the World Series this year and they lose safe, God forbid. Baseball people are going to celebrate like it's the end of the empire.
But guess how many people are going to be lining up to watch said teardown? That's the thing, right? So, yeah, like creating the bad guy narrative you can get a lot accomplished. More people are going to watch and want to talk about it and tweet about it, and so more impressions, more engagements, more conversation, more viewership, more attendance, more everything. And then on the back end of it, you end up with a larger system that's financially more advantageous for you as a league and as ownership groups as well. And then it'll be a new villain. There'll be a new reason why during the next CBA, there's a new reason why that one isn't working.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we got more to the trade deadline today, and you don't want to go anywhere because Brock and Alex will be talking about it next. And guys, D-Fish, we did it again. Bright and early tomorrow morning, man, for more D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And until then, enjoy you some sports, enjoy you some trade deadline, and we'll see you.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show and the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, because we want to hear from you, LA. Dodgers making some big moves this weekend. It was like, so what's going to happen? Anything big? Anything big go down? Yeah. Happy trade deadline day, you guys. We're going to have so many more big names, things going down. Trade deadline goes until 3 p.m. Pacific. We're going to keep you updated on any and all the moves. Brock you have Passons.
We got Passon, we got Nightingale, we got everyone open.
We got everybody open. So the moment something goes down, we're going to let you know. But the Dodgers, you guys, making two major moves ahead of the trade deadline. The biggest one, which some people might be shocked, but he's been in the conversation around LA since the moment there was an idea that he was possibly on the trade block, and that's two-time Cy Young winner Tarik Skubal. And then most recently, I think it was this morning, reacquiring catcher Ben Rortvedt.
Big time moves going on.
Yeah.
Big time moves going on across the entire league. Baseball is strange, and sometimes a trade deadline comes and absolutely nothing happens.
Yeah.
Or it's the exact opposite where everything happens every 30 seconds. A major player seems to be on the move, and this definitely seems to be one of those latter years. But welcome to your new home, Tarik Skubal. Not an LA guy, but he is a California guy, somewhere up near the Bay Area, I believe just north of the Bay Area. Grew up an A's fan, but obviously has been planning on being a Dodger for quite some time, like many players. Knows how the Dodgers treat their players and wanted to be part of it. Tarik is how you pronounce it, people. When he wasn't...
Wait, I love this. Everybody... you're tearing something, you guys.
Yes, Tarik. Now,
Tarik.
Why there are so many pronunciations, and broadcasts even get it wrong... I found an interview from him in his early days in Detroit, and he said, quote, "In high school, I stopped caring." So he doesn't correct anyone who mispronounces his name. He says oftentimes in public, if someone doesn't recognize who he is, he just goes by Jack because his name has caused so much confusion. But we are Dodgers fans, and we are going to do right by our people, and he is now wearing the Dodger blue. Tarik, like you're tearing a piece of paper. And if you're super desperate, I guess you can call him Jack.
Wait, that is hilarious. I just got to say, did you see the joy on Tarik's face walking around Dodger Stadium? Because you guys, the trade went down and he went immediately to Dodger Stadium, even though Dodgers then flew to Chicago. Mm-hmm. And he is reportedly going to be making his Dodgers debut on the mound tomorrow in Chicago. But he showed up to Dodger Stadium yesterday, and they obviously, as the Dodgers do, did a great job, got his walk-in, followed him around meeting every single player. The joy not only on his face, but every player's face, like Ohtani, Yamamoto, Mookie, Freddie. Dave Roberts looked like he was seeing a lost family member that he hasn't seen forever. He was so excited. Not only did Skubal look so excited, but every single person, even though the Dodgers were getting crushed.
Yeah, they
were getting crushed yesterday, and they looked so happy to see Skubal.
I loved it because very rarely, and I'm sure there's a million reasons why. The clubhouse is a sacred place, so naturally it's hard to get video of what it looks like down there. But like you said, they follow Tarik from the car that drops him off, walking in, getting changed, going through he's pointing at a video game, saying, "Oh, Freddie has the high score," and then they walk to the batting cage where a bunch of guys are hanging out, and it was a really cool welcome of he already feels like he's at home.
Yeah,
and it's also proof that this team knew that the deal was going to happen. Because like when Yamamoto stops to talk to him, it didn't feel like I'm introducing myself. No, it felt like, oh yeah, we texted 2 days ago. It was. I think they handled it really well, and the video that the Dodgers put out was great. And like you said, the biggest tell was Dave Roberts' team playing like absolute garbage, but he is all smiles, cracking jokes in the middle of the third inning because like he's just sitting there saying, we have Tarik Skubal on our team.
Because you know why? All that matters for this Dodgers team is October. Yeah. And they just got the hottest name on the market. Do you know how lucky we are being fans here in LA? Our teams actually they talk about going to get the best players available. Even if they say that they're not available, the teams that they're on, they figure out a way to go get them. Obviously, the big one this summer, the Rams trading for Myles Garrett. Yeah. That was that was an option. They made it happen a couple years ago now. Lakers trading for Luka Doncic. That one just kind of fell in their lap, but thank you, Dallas. And then now the Dodgers with Tarik Skubal. We had heard Detroit kind of go back and forth of, he's not going to be available. Okay, yes, he's going to be available. Okay, we don't know. It depends how good the offer is. And this is the first time in MLB history that a Cy Young and MVP from the previous 2 years will play on the same team with Shohei Ohtani and Tarik Skubal. It is just take a moment, LA. And really appreciate this moment.
So the Dodgers have the Cy Young and MVP, and then the Rams have the MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year.
Both first time in those leagues' histories that they have the reigning winners of all those awards on the same team.
And you know what? It's a testament to, you brought up the Lakers, the Rams, and the Dodgers. It is a testament to how they run their organizations, because players do want to be here. There are a lot of teams that are in good weather.
Yep.
There are multiple teams in every single one of those sports that play in LA. But players want to be a part of the Rams because of how well that organization is run and how everyone who plays there leaves there a better player than they entered. People want to play for the Lakers. Granted, we're still waiting for a full season of this new ownership, but historically with the Buss family, they did things the right way. They treated people well, and you left with the Lakers with much more than you came in with, whether that be finances off the court or just ability to play basketball. And that doesn't even hold a candle to the Dodgers and the reverence that players on the other 29 teams and how they look at the Dodgers and how they handle things and how they spare no expense in acquiring players, but also they spare no expense in taking care of their players. So it would be very easy for teams to just rest on their laurels and say, we're in Los Angeles and people want to be here. But those three teams go the extra mile and say, this will be a destination for anyone and everyone. And that's why they will always be in conversations, as you said, to get players that seemingly aren't supposed to be on the trade market.
And it's wild, too, because you can talk about last season and when they won the last World Series, and you heard from a Blake Snell and a Tyler Glasnow, and it's like, well, everyone was giving me a hard time and giving us a hard time because, you're jumping on the bandwagon of a championship team. It's like, well, isn't the whole goal in your career is you want to win championships and you want to be a place where you're wanted, and you want to be on an organization and a franchise that's willing to not only invest in you, but their future and your development. I mean, take Eric Lauer, for example, who the Dodgers picked up this season. We've heard him say that just this small amount of time with the Dodgers, their development team has done more for his pitching than most of his career. And they completely turned his game around. Yeah. So it's players know these things and they hear these things, and the players talk and they see the Dodgers are willing to invest. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And we're talking about the Dodgers making the biggest move of the trade deadline, acquiring the reigning two-time American League Cy Young winner in Tarik Skubal from the Detroit Tigers. So let's talk about the trade here, because LA sent prospect Zaire Hope, and then two right-handed pitchers, River Ryan and Brady Smith, to Detroit to complete the deal. And all I see here is that the Dodgers are all in right now for the three-peat, because Skubal is scheduled to become a free agent after the season, meaning the Dodgers made this move knowing that there is a chance they only have him for this one championship run. They were willing to give up three of their prospects for a right now, win now moment. Now, there is a possibility, because we are looking at a potential lockout. If they manage to sign him before the end of the season and keep him, then he possibly could be grandfathered in before the new potential salary cap. But the fact that Skubal also, I think this is what helped the Dodgers and what helped the whole situation and not having to give up too much to get Skubal, is he underwent elbow surgery this season to remove the loose bodies. Dodgers are very familiar with this, as Edwin Diaz did that. Blake Snell also got that same surgery. So Skubal didn't come in at his Cy Young top tier shape. Right. And the Dodgers don't care because right now they have the best starting rotation in baseball.
Maybe ever.
Quite possibly, arguably, the best ever in baseball when everybody is healthy. But it's just wild because Skubal's just the 6th reigning Cy Young winner to ever be traded in season. And the last one was Justin Verlander. That was Mets were not doing great, went back to Houston. Sure. But it does not happen often. However, once the Ohtani news broke last week that he was getting shut down from all pitching activities, we talked about it on the show. We knew something was going to go down. We knew they were going to go all in to get a big arm.
Yeah, they went from insurance to a need.
Necessity.
Once Glasnow, who to his credit threw 2 live innings, I believe, at some point this weekend. Maybe it was Friday. And Snell, of course, is on assignment. We are led to believe his last appearance for Oklahoma City was in Ontario was his final one before returning to the team. You know, they're on standby, but there's also the possibility that one of them has a setback when they get here, or they're not the same. You know, and if it was just them two, the Dodgers wouldn't need to make a move. But once Ohtani is now listed, now it's okay. We don't know when either of those where any of those 3 are going to be back. We have to do something. And if you have a team like Detroit, who you just said the reigning Cy Young winner has only been traded midseason 6 times, if Detroit is going to do something incredibly ridiculous, which is, one, not pay him when they had the opportunity 2 months ago, but also trade him, we're going to have to make something happen there. And that was Dave Roberts' mindset. Multiple teams did put an effort forward, and this goes back to the Dodgers and their success reaping more success by putting so much attention on that farm system, by having the ability to put together a package of 3 players that are not even at the MLB level, and that being enough to get Skubal is proof that success leads to more success. And yes, obviously it is a money thing because Skubal, who I do hope they extend before the season ends, is going to command a $30-something million a year, probably more than that, depending on how this World Series run goes. But yes, they have the ability to pay that, but it all started because they put effort into developing their talent so that that talent can be traded for Cy Young level talent.
Yeah, and a couple of the players were asked about this trade once it went down over the weekend. Let's start with Miggy Rojas talking about what this says about the Dodgers.
It's a statement from this organization to the rest of the league and the world. They're not just satisfied with what happened the last couple of years. And we had a little conversation with Doug the other day, the position player group, and he's really into winning this year. So he say, obviously, he cares about winning the last 2, and it's really important for him and for us. But he say he don't really care about what happened the last 2 years. He wants to win this year, like a press button for us to kind of continue to go and not let the rest of the league caught up to our standards. And we just gotta keep it up there. And for the front office to go out there and lend that punch is really impressive.
The baseball world and non-Dodger fans will say this is not fair. Yeah. They'll use it against the Dodgers during the CBA negotiations, when in fact, as you mentioned, Detroit had the opportunity to pay Skubal.
Yeah.
And they didn't. So I think the bigger issue here is, why aren't these billionaire owners paying their star players? If you look at all the Dodgers stars, every team they came from had the opportunity to pay them. Mookie Betts, Boston.
Yep.
Freddie Freeman, the Braves.
They chose Matt Olson over Freddie.
Ohtani, Angels. He went back to the Angels after the Dodgers made the deal and asked if they wanted to match the offer. They said no. Like I don't know what you want to. I don't know what
right.
you want to do, you guys. Skubal as well. Like
Yeah.
Detroit had every opportunity. All these teams have an opportunity to actually pay these players, but the Dodgers have created an atmosphere where players want to be there. Look how happy Tarek Skubal was yesterday when he arrived at Dodger Stadium. You guys go on the Dodgers social media pages and watch the behind the scenes video that they posted of his arrival and meeting his new teammates and meeting Dave Roberts. They have an insane development system and minor league system, which is why they have so many top prospects that they're able to trade and why teams trust those prospects because they came up through the Dodgers system.
It is completely fair to be upset. The issue is people put their anger toward the team who is spending money on players and giving them what they want and giving them a second plane that's just for the players instead of toward their own organization who are completely capable of doing those things. Is there a difference between Mark Walter money and Cincinnati Reds money or Pittsburgh Pirates money? Of course there is. But that gap doesn't dictate whether or not the Pirates or the Reds can do the things that the Dodgers can do. They just don't want to do those things, right? The landscape of baseball has always been unique in that it takes so long to make it to your final destination, which is the MLB stage, that there are significant guaranteed price tags that come with it. Baseball ownership is the most expensive hobby that a billionaire can probably have, right?
But it's also a tax write-off.
There's a lot of loops. Yeah.
Most teams, except probably the Dodgers, because they are now Team Japan, and all of the outside sponsorships they got, like they've already made back Ohtani's and Yamamoto's and all these giant contracts that they made and spent. Most of these other teams, like, and these billionaires, they function with this being a tax write-off because it's a loss. Every year is a loss.
And that's what makes baseball so unique. You know, it's so funny because nobody looks at the Rams and say, well, why would they trade for Myles Garrett? Because he's great. Of course you're going to trade. Like, a Seattle Seahawks fan, a Chargers fan, a Niners fan, teams who hate the Rams more than anyone completely understand how if there is a way to get Myles Garrett, you get Myles Garrett. Baseball is because it's the old school sport that it's not as bad as it used to be, but still has the old way of thinking. It's the only sport I see where fans consistently carry the water of ownership. Like Knicks fans boo James Dolan up until this year, every single time he entered the arena, because they're not there to carry water for him. They're there saying, I spend a lot of money to get a babysitter and come get a ticket and sit courtside or sit up in the 300 level and watch my favorite team play basketball. And by giving you money, I have a right to expect you to do everything you can to put the best product on the court.
Yep.
Same goes for football, same goes for hockey, same goes for every team sport. Baseball mindset, it just drives me crazy.
Weird, right?
It's the part of baseball that is still stuck in the past. Whereas before you couldn't wear chains, you couldn't have crazy hair. Those parts are getting updated, but the carrying the water of your ownership, I just hope we are close to the end of that mindset. Get out of that mindset. You're not mad at the Dodgers. You're mad at your own ownership. You just don't know how to direct that and where to direct that.
That's what it should be for every other fan that is not a Dodger fan. Look in the mirror and ask your own team, ask your ownership, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you going out and getting these top players? Because you know what these top tier players do? They put booties in the seats. What do booties in the seats do? Make you more money. They're going to buy more drinks. They're going to buy food. They're going to buy tickets. They're going to buy the jerseys. And the Dodgers just keep doing this. And you know what they do? They give back to the fans. I think we probably have the most bobblehead giveaways out of every single team. They already said Skubal has a giveaway. Andrew Freeman now deserves a bobblehead. Did you see the photo of him in the robe? People are already saying, I sent it to the group chat.
Okay.
And actually, our friend of the show, Arash Markazi, took the photo. And the Dodgers actually posted it to their page after they traded for Tarek Skubal. And it's so iconic. And he deserves, like, Andrew Freeman deserves a bobblehead. He is on, what he has done for this team since taking control is just absolutely legendary.
It is. It is so special. And he remains aggressive even when you could sit on your heels, right? If the Dodgers did not make this trade, would we all still be sitting here expecting them to three-peat? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean you can't strengthen your strength. That doesn't mean you can't get insurance in the case of a reigning Cy Young winner. And anyone else's team could have put together a package that competed with this. It can't be lost on people that this trade was made on Saturday, 2 days before the deadline, which means the Tigers told everyone, hey, are any of you guys going to make a deal better than this one in the next 2 days? We know that the Phillies offer was rejected initially. They could have put together a different package. The fact that the deal was made with 2 days to go lets us know that the Tigers said, well, if no one else is going to do anything, I guess this is the best we're going to get. How badly did your team even want Skubal if he was dealt to the Dodgers 2 days before the deadline? It's just a tried and ran into the ground excuse that I thought was running out of steam, but people are still kind of bought into this line of thinking.
I just see like the Ariana Grande song. I see it. I like it. I want it. I got it. I want it. I got it. That's like all our LA teams are like, oh, available? Done. Once I put my mind to it and I want Skubal, we're going to get him. So it's so, you guys, wow. All I'm going to say is, wow, so much more Tarik Skubal talk throughout the show. But we actually have a giveaway this week, you guys. This week, we're giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. Wild River has more than 25 attractions for all ages, including kid zones, the lazy river, the wave pool, cabanas, and more. Plus, with the expanded food and beverage options, you can make a full day of it with the entire family for the lowest ticket prices available. Visit wildrivers.com or just keep listening for a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. Don't go anywhere, you guys. When we come back, did the Dodgers give up too much for Skubal? We're going to dive into that. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. We also want to hear from you. What do you think about the Tarik Skubal trade for the Dodgers? Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Do you think the Dodgers gave up too much for Skubal, or did they make out like bandits? And you guys, the Angels, they're sellers. They're letting go of some big names. They've already traded away Jose Soriano to Toronto, and Joe Adell is on his way to Cleveland.
So here's a quick list of players who are either coming to LA or leaving LA, or contending teams that we expect to see in the playoffs.
Okay.
Quick recap for all your baseball lovers out there. As you can imagine, we are going to be a baseball-heavy show this afternoon. Toronto sends pitcher Kevin Gausman to the Cubs. Maybe we will see him this series starting tonight. San Francisco sends second baseman Luis Ariz to Philly, of course, a team we expect to see in the playoffs. The Angels send Jose Soriano to Toronto. The Angels send Brent Suter to Atlanta. The Dodgers, of course, landed Tarik Skubal. Big fan of that move. The New York Mets send their minor center Ben Rortvedt to here for right-handed pitcher Chase McDermott. For those who think that name sounds familiar, but you can't place it, Rortvedt was the catcher who filled in for the first 4 playoff games last season when Will Smith was hurt. He was still on the active roster during the Champions Series and the World Series, but he did not play because Will Smith was ready to go.
And if you're on social, he went viral for his stretching dances on the floor.
That was him. Yeah.
It looks like he's almost breakdancing.
That was him.
But he's stretching. So
yes.
that guy.
So we have Mr. Stretchback. The Angels, obviously there's a trend here of getting rid of everyone.
Yep, they are sellers.
They're sending outfielder Joe Adell to Cleveland.
Sad.
Baltimore are also sellers. They're sending outfielder Taylor Ward to Seattle. And there is currently a proposal of them sending catcher Adley Rutschman to Boston.
That would be insane,
That would be scary. I'm glad that we already played them. And Boston is mulling the offer. They haven't officially responded yes or no, but that is the current update on players that are leaving or going to teams that the Dodgers may likely see come playoff time.
Trade deadline day, you guys. We'll keep you updated as a trade deadline goes until 3 p.m. Pacific. But the biggest move that you just heard Brock discuss was the Dodgers trading for 2-time AL Cy Young winner Tarik Skubal from the Detroit Tigers. And what LA gave up for the 2-time Cy Young winner was 3 prospects. And when I initially saw the trade, I was like, what am I missing? We were under the impression that it was going to be a few prospects, and then it had to be a current major league player, most likely a pitcher. That was not the case. They sent outfield prospect Zaire Hope and 2 right-handed pitchers, River Ryan and Brady Smith, to complete this deal. And again, when I first saw this, I went, Dodgers just robbed the Tigers. Now, again, these are prospects. So not currently Major League Baseball stars. So as of this moment right now, I would give the Dodgers an A and Detroit a C for this trade. But we can regrade this in a couple of years once we see what these prospects turn into and once they hit the big leagues. But the biggest thing for the Dodgers, they're working within and only thinking about the right now. They are currently in their dynasty window. And you never know how long those are going to last. Ohtani dealing with injuries. You got Mookie. You got Freddie. We don't know how much longer the Dodgers are going to have all of these pieces. So the only thing they can think about right now, especially with a salary cap looming, possibly after this season, the Dodgers are literally just pushing all their chips to the center of the table and going all in for the three-peat right now. And I think they absolutely robbed the Tigers and crushed this trade.
Anytime a team is asking for X, Y, and Z, and you give them X, Z,
We
and
give them potential.
something else.
You gave them potential.
Yeah,
Proven talent
when you
for
don't,
potential.
Right, when you don't have to give up exactly what they're asking for, it lets you know two things. One, the player that they are trading really wants to be there, which we know. Two, other offers are clearly not being thrown in there. I would not be shocked if when Andrew Friedman proposed this trade, he was not already thinking of, okay, well, if somebody comes in with a better offer, or if this isn't what the Phillies are looking for, who is an active player that I'm willing to part ways with? Like, those are scenarios that you work out within your head, and that famous photo that you just brought up of Andrew Friedman sitting in a robe, him smiling, is probably when he realized, oh my God, no one is going to try to up this offer. So 3 top 30 prospects. Zaire Hope was ranked as the Dodgers' 4th best outfielder. Right-handed pitcher River Ryan, 27 years old. Elbow injury caused him to not even pitch last season. Now his arm looks fine as we're sitting here, but a 27-year-old with elbow problems, I see why Friedman decided to part ways with him, even though for the majority of the first half of this season, there were talks of is River Ryan going to get called up while the Dodgers were going through their pitching woes. Now he is not going to be called up because he is no longer with the organization. And then right-handed pitcher Brady Smith, who is 0-10 in 30 starts with a 4.72 ERA.
Yeah.
The Tigers got absolutely fleeced, but if this is the best offer that they were able to receive, that's not an indictment on them. That is an indictment on the rest of the MLB. And for anyone who has texted, whether me individually or in a group chat with my friends who follow baseball and they complain, I just list off 4th best outfielder, 27-year-old who has elbow issues and didn't even pitch last season, and a pitcher who is 0-10 in 30 starts, and your team could not beat that offer. Don't get mad at me and the Dodgers. Get mad at your team.
The Dodgers gave up potential for proven talent. They absolutely robbed the Tigers in this situation. Now, the risk is that Tarik Skubal is going to be a free agent next season. So this could be a rental. So they are renting Skubal to make history.
Yeah.
The Dodgers are in the right now. We are uncertain with the baseball season, with the rules, if there's going to be a salary cap, what anything is going to look like next year, if we're even going to have a full season. All of that is unknown at this moment. All we know is right now they have an opportunity with what they have and with the current state and the rules around baseball that they could go out and they could trade 3 prospects for the 2-time Cy Young winner in Tarik Skubal. I mentioned this earlier. I think it is so helpful for the Dodgers that Skubal had surgery this season to remove the loose bodies in his elbow, which they are very familiar with because Edwin Diaz just had that surgery. He's back. Blake Snell also had that surgery, and he is almost back. But when you look at what the Dodgers got in return for what they gave up, it just proves again that they're not thinking about, they're always, you have to think about the future, but the most important thing is win right now. Championship or bust. We are going to do anything and everything in our power in this moment to get a three-peat.
Yeah.
And that's all they're doing.
And the funny part of this is whether you are a fan of the Tigers or another team in baseball, if the Tigers would have just paid him, their 2-time Cy Young winning pitcher,
the face of your franchise,
none of this would have happened. But they didn't want to pay him, just like the Red Sox lowballed Mookie and he felt disrespected the same way that the Braves chose Matt Olson over Freddie Freeman. Like, if you want to get mad at the Dodgers for being the rebound, so be it. But you can only be a rebound when you get broken up, if the person you're pursuing gets broken up with. And I just hate how easily that gets lost in any complaint. So if you are the Dodgers now, obviously this was a World Series expected season. But what I love is you are adding not just Tarik Skubal, but Tarik Skubal, who has pitched in playoff appearances over the past 2 years. They've been bounced in the divisional series these past 2 years, and it's the best of both worlds. You get a pitcher who not only dominates the regular season, but has showed domination on the playoff stage as well, but still the hunger of, this is the best opportunity I'm ever going to have to reach a World Series. Now, hopefully he resigns, but just in the short term, and that is going to bring extra drive, extra everything, and especially extra confidence. Not even that he needs it, but a little extra never hurts anybody. And I'm expected to see the best version of Tarik Skubal, because he knows he was hitting his head on a ceiling at Detroit, a team that did not want to pay him, and now he is surrounded by talent that was headed to the World Series anyway. I can't wait to see how much he gets better. You know, the Dodgers do a great job of rehabbing guys like Eric Lauer, who look like they were headed in one direction. Well, they can also make Hall of Fame talent better as well. And we're going to see what Tarik Skubal has left in his tank that only a team like the Dodgers could bring out of him.
Well, let me ask you this. If you get traded to a team, say you win a championship with that team when you got traded, would you want to stay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to stay.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to hang around a little bit.
If they can figure out a way with probably have to defer some money and get it done before the new CBA goes through and the possible salary cap.
Yeah.
It's just there's a lot of moving parts. He could be a playoff run rental, but if the Dodgers three-peat, worth it.
Every single penny.
Worth it.
Yep.
All right, guys, we're giving a giveaway this week. We're giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. Plus, with the expanded food and beverage option, you can make it a full day with the entire family. For the lowest ticket prices available, visit wildrivers.com or keep listening for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. We're going to be giving that away at the top of the next hour. All you're going to have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care, LA? Don't go anywhere. It's coming up next.